Mhm.
Doraemon.
Mhm. Good morning, Mr. Freund. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Modise. And good morning, Mr. Masondo. Thank you. Before we start, I just want to say one or two things relating to the Commission. Over the past few days, two incidents have happened which are a cause for concern on the part of the Commission. During the week, I got a report that somebody apparently had fired a shot through the window of one of the offices of the Commission. It must have been in the evening, and a bullet was found in one of the offices of the Commission. Of course, over the weekend, there was a break-in at the offices of the Commission. The law enforcement agencies are investigating these matters. We don't know whether it's just ordinary criminality or whether it's much more than that. Of course, in the break-in, a computer and a monitor were stolen. But I just want to say that if anybody is trying to intimidate the Commission into not doing its job properly, they must know that the Commission will not be intimidated. The men and women who keep this Commission going every day, who dedicate a lot of extra hours to its work in the evenings and over weekends, including Sundays, Saturdays, Sundays, who sacrifice to make sure that we have evening sessions here, are very determined that the work of this Commission will be completed properly. Members of the legal team, members of the investigation team are very committed to making sure that the work of the Commission is completed properly. I certainly will not be intimidated by anybody into not finishing this work in the way it should be finished. We are determined to do what we are required to do and to do it properly up to the end. We hope that the law enforcement agencies will do their work and find those who are responsible for this and bring them to book. I thought that it's important that I should just make it clear and that the nation should know we are not going to be deterred in the work that we are doing. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Freund.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, as you will be aware, the primary evidence to be led today, before we come to the evidence this evening of Mr. Mantashe to complete his evidence of last week, will be evidence from the Executive Authority of Parliament, which of course is a joint executive authority comprising the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Modise, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Masondo. They have prepared both a joint submission and a joint supplementary submission to deal with both houses. We propose to start with Ms. Modise, who presently is the speaker, and later, probably only this afternoon, we will reach the evidence of Mr. Masondo. So, with your leave, I would wish to call Ms. Modise to testify, to be sworn in, and then we can do the formalities of placing the evidence on record.
Okay, all right. Before we do that, I just want to say to Ms. Modise and Mr. Masondo, and also to the public, when I approached them last year and indicated that I would wish Parliament to make a contribution by way of evidence, they had no hesitation in assuring me that they would be very glad to do that. They are not here because of anything. They are here because they believe they should assist the Commission. So I take this opportunity to thank you, Ms. Modise and Mr. Masondo, for your cooperation and for the fact that you are here to give support to the Commission and to make such contribution as you can to assist the Commission to make its contribution to the challenges that it is looking at. Thank you very much for coming and availing yourself. Thank you. Please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
I am Tande Ruth Modise.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Chair, you should have available to you bundle 6 of the parliamentary oversight bundle. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Madam Speaker, you should have the same bundle with you.
Yes, I do.
Can I take you, please, to page
Well,
7?
Well, you have helped me, Mr. Freund, because I was about to ask Ms. Modise, because I wasn't sure. But I think you have given the indication. It's the fact that it's not in Parliament doesn't mean that we can't address her as Madam Speaker.
Ms. Modise will do fine.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just wasn't sure and I didn't want to. Okay, no, okay.
Anything, CJ?
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think in this venue, I may, if I may, refer to you as Ms. Modise. Ms. Modise, would you please turn to page 7 of bundle
Page
6?
7. I have page 7.
And if you would keep your finger there and go through to page 36. In fact,
Yes, I do have.
yes, page 36. Is that the submission that you jointly, together with Mr. Masondo, prepared on the 25th of February of this year to submit to the Commission?
It is.
And if I can just take you to...
Okay, all right. May I ask you to just raise your voice so that it can be recorded properly? Or maybe you can bring the mic closer.
Yes, Chair, I'll bring the mic closer.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Is the lighting fine there? Can you see?
So far, it is fine,
Okay, all right.
Chairperson.
Okay, all right.
And if I can take you to paragraph 3 on page 9.
Paragraph 3.
you say there, the facts set out in this submission are true and correct. They are within the personal knowledge of the executive authority, unless stated or the context says otherwise, or have been obtained from documentation under the control of the executive authority, where the executive authority relies on information conveyed by others, the executive authority states the source of the information and believe such information to be true and correct. Now, I take it that's correct.
That is correct.
And I just draw your attention to the Chair that although that is stated, the format of this submission is not an affidavit, but nonetheless, Ms. Modise is testifying under oath and is confirming the content, and I will address the same with Mr. Masonda.
Yes,
Now,
she, by confirming its correctness under oath, she gives it the same status as an affidavit.
now, Ms. Modise, if you could just now go to page 37, you will see that is a list of the annexures to your original submission. Is that correct?
Page 37.
Headed annexures. You see that?
I think my bundle might be saying something else, because my bundle on page 37 still deals with committee reports.
Okay, I think somebody will assist you.
Reading the red one. Thank you.
Are you with me,
Yes,
Ms.
yes,
Modise?
yes.
Right.
That is so
And you will see that there's a list of annexures,
from
A
A
through to K.
J to K.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you keep your finger there at 37 and go all the way through, please, to 395. Well, let me stop at maybe 393.
Yes, to 393.
Right. And can you confirm that those are some of the annexures that you originally provided to the Commission?
I can confirm that,
And
Chairperson.
then if I take you to 394 and 395, can you confirm that you have also submitted electronically to the Commission many more pages that comprise annexures J and K, which have not been printed, but which are essentially Hansard extracts of debates of relevance to this Commission?
I can confirm that, Chair.
And then if I take you to page 397 through to 399, is it correct that the Commission addressed, in fact, through me, addressed a further letter to the Executive Authority in response to your original submission, asking for certain supplementary information? And we find the letter asking for that information at 397 to 399. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then if I take you to 400, is it correct that that is the letter under cover of which you submitted for what I will call a supplementary submission?
That is correct.
And then if we go to 401 through to 407, is that the body of the supplementary submission? 401 to 407.
Yes.
Then if we go to 409 all the way through to the end, is it correct that those are some but not all of the further documentation that you furnished together with your supplementary submission?
I can confirm that.
Chair, against that background, I move that the submission, the annexures, the request for a supplementary submission, the supplementary submission, the annexures thereto, all collectively in volume 6 of the Parliamentary Oversight Bundle, be admitted as Exhibit ZZ15.
What's the exhibit number?
ZZ15.
The submission by the Executive Authority of Parliament and the document indicated by the evidence leader that are attached to it will be admitted as exhibit ZZ15, is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Mandisa, can I now ask you to turn back to page 9, please?
Page 9.
Page 9.
I have page 9.
And you say the following in paragraph 4 at page 9. You say, and this is you speaking collectively with Mr. Masondo. You with me? Page 9, paragraph 4.
Paragraph 4, yes.
You say this. This submission provides a high-level summary of the role played by Parliament in executing its constitutional mandate prior and during investigations into allegations of state capture. I take it that is a summary of the purpose of this submission.
That is true.
Now, before we proceed any further, we have already introduced into the record that you serve as the Speaker of the National Assembly. But could you give the Chair just a very brief, as it were, biography of your political career, and in particular, insofar as it involves participation in the national legislature?
Thank you. Chairperson, I was amongst the first to be in the Democratic Parliament in 1994. I spent the first 10 years of my political life there. The first 2 as a member of the Joint Standing Committee and other committees. The 8 years that followed, I was both chairperson of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense, here and there serving in other portfolios and other committees of Parliament. I then went from 2004 to 2009 to the Northwest, my province, and served as the Provincial Legislature Speaker. In 2010, I was then requested by my party to go and become the Premier of the Northwest. That was from the end of 2010 up to 2014 when the elections came. From 2014 to 2019, I was the chairperson of the NCOP. And in the last elections, I was given the opportunity and the honor to become the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much for that. Now, I want to take you just crisply through some introductory points. Can I take you to paragraph 9, please? On page 10.
Yes, sir.
And while you have your finger at page 9, I'll ask you to go to page 38.
I have page 38.
Thank you. Now, there's no need for us to go through Annexure A in any detail. It speaks for itself. You've sought to identify provisions in the Constitution that bear on the constitutional role of both the National Assembly and the NCOP in relation to oversight and accountability. But perhaps you might just like to summarize or draw attention to what you think are the most important provisions of relevance when this Commission is considering whether Parliament did or did not live up to what is required by the Constitution on the question of oversight or accountability. So the question I'm asking is, just highlight what you think are the most important parts of Annexure A.
The Constitution gives the people directly elected by the public the responsibility to be their guidance. When you become a member of the National Assembly, you take an oath to abide by the Constitution and to, as honestly and as honorably as possible, to represent the people. So it is important for us as Parliament to say that for us, it is not just a prestige, it is about service. It is not just about holding the executive to account and to play oversight over them. It is also to hear on behalf of the people and to speak on behalf of the people. It is about ensuring that both houses ensure that nothing that is in the interest of the people of South Africa is derailed, is diverted. As the two houses jointly do that work, they also join forces with the provinces and local government to make sure that no corruption, no maladministration happens. So I would say that on top of that, Parliament has the responsibility to also represent the country internationally. And that is something that is important. Parliament also passes the national budget. That is not just a function of oversight. It is a power that Parliament can use, but so far has not used effectively. To say, no, we will pass this budget because we agree 100% with it, or we will withhold this budget because we think that, in fact, you need to do that. Now, in the first few years of our democracy, we had to find enabling mechanisms, and that is why the money bills were enacted, to enable Parliament to be able to express their view on the budget and any other money bill. Sadly, we have not yet exercised that power. Hopefully, we will in future exercise that power.
Right, thank you. What do you then do, if I can take you back? I'm going to take you backwards and forwards to your affidavit and the relevant annexure. But if we can now go back to page 10. Keep your finger where it is, at annexure A, because we're going to be back there very quickly. You will see at page 10, paragraph 10.
Paragraph 10.
You say there, Annexure B provides a summary of recent committee activities related to corruption. Now, Annexure B is to be found at page 40 and following. Now, again, I don't think we have the time to go through the entire content of Annexure B that starts at page 40, but on my reading of it, it lists a series of examples of recent, and I stress that word, recent instances of portfolio committees exercising oversight in relation to corruption allegations in particular. Perhaps you'd like just to talk to this document briefly and in summary.
In dealing with this one has to go back to how Parliament organizes itself to deal with oversight. Chair, if you look at the powers of committees, no committee actually has an excuse for not asking pointed questions, for not investigating, for not calling for witnesses, for not summoning people. That is important because committees of Parliament, committees in the legislatures have the same powers. So I want to upfront say it is a pity that we had to wake up when the issues around allegations of state capture were there. Because these are the powers of the committees. The House has further powers, which enable members to ask questions, to call for snap debates, to call for motions, and to actually pointedly put the executive on the spot. So we pulled this out because after the allegations of state capture, it was important for us to begin to refocus the committees and Parliament itself into pointedly being deliberate about following up on issues. And that is what we intend to intensify before this term of Parliament finishes, because we want to say that committees do ask questions, but sometimes you need to capacitate members to ask questions which are pointed, to be able to produce evidence if the responses and the reaction they get are not there. So I would say that Parliament is, we pulled that out because when the allegations of state capture were given, came out into the public, Parliament woke up and then deliberately said to committees, you shall now look at these allegations and investigate them. And that is why you had committees that were mentioned as being related to any untoward behavior, were then pointedly going into those.
Yes. Now, I'm going to take you back. May I just follow up?
Yeah.
I'm going to take you back in a moment to the period you referred to, the period of allegations of state capture that led to the formation of this inquiry. But these particular instances, which are more recent instances, are you saying to the Commission that there has, in fact, in your judgment, been a change of attitude and practice in recent times?
I'm saying to the Commission that we actually can give a report from 1994 of a mixed bag, where there were committees which did not do their work with any fear, because remember the first 10 years, Chair, maybe to digress a bit, the focus was also on making Parliament for the first time to be more representative. The focus was to ensure that laws were passed, policies and processes were in place. And therefore, perhaps the focus of Parliament, rather than to look at scrutinizing, was in making laws, policing the laws that we are making, identifying the laws which were still disadvantaging people. So once you have made your laws, you now must make sure that you actually have the means and the personnel to execute. You begin to give your attention to who are these people who are supposed to be at the implementation phase of this, which are supposed to be integrating us as South Africa as one country. And I'm saying that perhaps the wake up was that it is no longer so important to run and make more new laws. It is more important for us to police what we have already put out there. It is more important for us to query when an executive member makes a commitment, makes a statement, to follow through whether or not what they have promised out there in public, this person has the resources to execute, this person has followed through, what are the results on the ground?
Well, I wanted to just take you back to the first answer you gave to the first question, because I don't want to forget what I want to raise. You referred to the oath of office that members of Parliament take, and you referred to the Constitution. And the Constitution makes it very clear that Parliament, as I understand it, is about the people of South Africa.
That's so, Chairperson.
The oath of office requires every member of parliament, before he or she can do any work as a member of parliament, to take an oath and swear that they will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. Now, I understand you to be saying, and I just want you to tell me if that's not what you intend to say. I understand you to be saying, as Parliament, as members of Parliament, the interests of the people of South Africa are paramount in our work as members of Parliament. Is that a good understanding of what you're saying?
That is exactly what I meant.
Yes.
We would not be public representatives if we do not
Yes.
take and prioritize the interests of the people of South Africa.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Frank?
Thank you. Can I now refer you to page 11, paragraph 12? You will see there are certain subparagraphs.
I keep on taking my finger off. Page 11.
Page 11. You see there a section headed Functions of Oversight,
Yes.
and this part of your submission summarizes the conception of what oversight really requires. And before we go anywhere else, can I take you to page 13, paragraph 18, all the way through to 21? We find the same is being done on the functions of accountability.
Yes.
When I read that, I immediately recognized where those paragraphs come from. Those paragraphs, I want to put to you, I want you to confirm if I'm correct, those paragraphs are taken straight out of the oversight and accountability model adopted by Parliament in or about 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Chair, that is in the supplementary bundle, the reference bundle, which should be on your desk. And that is, we don't have the black numbers on the top left, we only have the red numbers on the top right, but PO reference 01 is the beginning of the oversight and accountability model. And I think, Ms. Modise, if I'm correct, you have been given a copy of the reference bundle in which we find the oversight and accountability model. It's right at the back of that file. Well, it's not quite at the back, it's second from the back. Could you help
Pages.
it? PO Ref 01. Now, there has been quite a bit of evidence already led before the Commission in respect of this document, and therefore there's no need to cover the same material all over again. But in summary, is it correct that this document really expresses the considered view of Parliament when it was adopted as to how Parliament should go about its constitutional oversight and accountability responsibilities? Would you agree?
I would agree and extend it to the considered view of the legislative sector of South Africa, because Parliament did not work alone on the oversight model. It worked with the provincial legislatures.
Right. And we have already heard evidence that there are some important features of this oversight and accountability model that were proposed, that were endorsed in principle by the adoption of this model, but were in fact not implemented. For example, a tracking and monitoring mechanism, just to take one important example. And I suggested that you should be given access to the affidavit of Mr. Magashule, speaking for the African National Congress. I'm not going to take you to that, but I think you will have seen that Mr. Magashule's affidavit, which is endorsed by Mr. Mantashe, who will be testifying this evening, says, well, the ANC, for one, accepts that there are certain portions of the oversight and accountability model that were not implemented, that still should be implemented, and that the implementation of what hasn't yet been implemented has become a priority. Do you concur with that? Am I giving a fair summary?
I agree. And I'm happy that the ANC in their affidavit says that. We have actually started with that. In both houses, whether members of the executive expresses and commits to doing certain things to or for the public, we take note. Committees take note. When committees report, when ministers make statements on the floor of the House, we write to them to remind them, you have said this, please give us a progress report. What we have not finalized, which we are working on, is to then have a kind of a report at the end of each session that says, we wrote to you, Minister X, on your commitment, but you have not come back to us and said how far you have gone on that commitment, whether you have done it or you have not done it, and what the reasons are for not doing that. That, we agree, is what we are in the process of finalizing and getting the personnel to do that.
Right. And that's directly related with another feature that has been much discussed in the evidence that we've already heard on parliamentary oversight. We first really heard about it arising from the evidence of Mr. Gordy, a former chairperson of SCOPA. And his perspective was the following, that SCOPA, for one, in his view, responsibly and appropriately grappled with the problems drawn to their attention, particularly by the Auditor General's report, conducted hearings, drew reports, and in the reports highlighted features that were not regarded as satisfactory, and also highlighted what they believed should be done about it. And then, according to Mr. Gordy, those reports of SCOPA would be adopted by the National Assembly, and then the relevant portions would be conveyed through the office of the Speaker to the appropriate representative of the Executive. And Mr. Gordy's point was this: although that is done, not only is there no direct follow-up, but there is no sanction for a member of the Executive who simply doesn't do what is requested or directed by Parliament, and that some attention needs to be given to this problem of sanction, or we could put it differently, consequence management. What is to be done when Parliament does its job and the response doesn't come? Not only do you not get the report back, as you discussed, but sometimes you must reach the stage at which it becomes apparent there's no intention to do what Parliament is directing. Do you want to comment on that issue, the issue of consequences for non-compliance with the clearly expressed recommendations or proposals of Parliament when adopting portfolio committee reports?
I want to respond in two ways. Mr. Gordy was right, but he also had the powers as the chairperson of that committee to follow up not only at committee level, but in the floor of the House, to call for the minister to respond. The second leg of my response will be that the reason why we are looking at the tracking is precisely to be able to, at the end of the year, at the end of 5 years, be able to write a report card to the president and say, this is what your minister has done, promised, and not delivered on. This is how they have fared. This is how they have failed to fare. But in the meantime, in fact, the leader of government business does get whipped by the presiding officers now and then, because we as Parliament do not have the power as the presiding officers. The members can do that. They can ask any question. One of the weapons the members have on the floor of the House is to ask embarrassing questions. We used to call it the power of embarrassment, where you embarrass the executive into action. So what we have done is to, when members complain to us that we are not getting joy, we hit the leader of government business, so that the leader of government business whips the people he leads in the executive to take us seriously. But I want to make an example. When I was in the NCOP, we had a minister who was not taking us seriously, would never come to the NCOP when they had questions there. So at a particular instance, this minister was very enthusiastic because the budget was coming up. And I said to the minister, I don't think we have any appetite in dealing with your budget. You disrespect us, and therefore, you will see to finish how you get recognition and adoption of your budget. Recently, one of the ministers' budget was coming up. He was quite new, had an engagement at the AU and thought that they could skip the budget. And I said, if you go to the AU and your budget is on the floor, I can guarantee you we will not pass the budget. Because the priority of our international responsibility cannot be so superior as to the budget of this country and the functioning and the deepening of democracy and empowerment in this country. So it is not just about having a device, a tracking device. It is also about having members of Parliament experienced enough to push their point at committee level and on the floor of the House. It is about us following through between us, the presiding officers, on those letters that we have written 3 months ago. Minister, have you? I don't see your response. You have not recommitted. You have not given us, in fact, the extent of what you have done. And that is why we are saying we want to do that tracking so that we can do this.
Yes. And when you
Well,
said, sorry.
I think the topic is quite important, Mr. Mutisa. What should be done with regard to a member of Parliament who wants to do his or her job properly in this regard, who happens to be a member of the majority party, and but feels that if she or he does his or her job in this regard the way she would like to do it, she might be viewed by his or her colleagues, members of the same party, as behaving like the opposition. And therefore, she feels, he feels that, no, I can't be too robust. No, I can't ask an embarrassing question to my comrade who is a minister. I must remember that I'm not the opposition. What do we do about that?
Chair, I think if the member is not too sure that they will not be treated like they are not loyal to the party, they have, in the first instance, there is a chief whip that they can go to. And in fact, within every portfolio committee, there is a whip of a party, and all parties try to put somebody in there. They can take a stand there. They can approach us, the presiding officers. We have had meetings with chairpersons and ministers where tensions were rising and intervened. But I must make a personal example of myself. In those 8 years, I had a Minister of Defense. And at some point, the two of us had to be called by the President, because I insisted that I understood what my role was, and the committee insisted that we understood. And because on 2 occasions, as chair, with the support of the committee, of the General Standing Committee, I had actually cancelled the meeting because the minister was ill-prepared and asked the minister to leave. So sometimes especially when you are still new in Parliament and you are not sure, and sometimes if you really are not certain, you will be intimidated. But if you know that you are right, you can take this matter up right there in Parliament, in your party structures, and have your battles there. Because once you are in Parliament, you take the same oath. And the same oath is, where the public purse spends 10 cents, you must follow that 10 cents unafraid, impartially, ask the questions, because it is not our resources, it is the resources out there. And you will find a good size of MPs who do that. I do know that some people think it is the electoral system. The electoral system is there, but it can intimidate you. But I think that the member of Parliament, perhaps our weakness is not in strengthening the resolve of this individual member of Parliament to be unafraid, to say it is in my party, but in fact the party is here to represent the interest of the majority that has brought them here. And therefore, I am putting this question. And in some instances, you've had very stinging questions that have begun to come from the floor. In not this budget debates, I think just before we went into COVID, I remember the Portfolio Committee on Human Rights, on Human Settlements and Water, cautioning. They said, we really are not having the appetite to pass this budget because of this and this and this and this. Now, this was ANC members telling to their minister, and they said the only reason we are passing this is that we recognize that you are new in the department. So more and more over time, it means that we will be able to have members of Parliament representing the people and the people's interest. Now, one of the problems of the South African Parliament, Chair, is that every 5 years, parties bleed members.
Yes.
You've got new people coming in, uncertainty, you still have to capacitate. And in those years, you do encounter where the executive has the upper hand. But I must also say that perhaps if we were to be able to move in such a way that the third arm of the state actually unfurls and becomes an arm of the state and can really get the resources that it needs to do its job. You might not find that members, one, want to become cabinet ministers and therefore don't ask unnecessary questions. Two, they feel comfortable because the arm of states, the legislative sector, is strong enough to protect all members irrespective of party affiliation. And that is where I think into the future, the South African Parliament will be doing.
It's interesting you say, you mentioned that last point, because as you were talking, what was going on in my mind is maybe there ought to be some way of addressing some of the things that might be attracting some members of parliament to the executive, because maybe some say, well, I don't want to do anything that could be career limiting. I want to be considered to be deputy minister or minister, and so on and so on. Of course, it may be that some who may have that in mind, irrespective of whatever financial benefit that might come with, but just the position. But maybe if financially it doesn't make a lot of difference, it might contribute, so that people can just do their job without an eye to promotion, if it is promotion. But I obviously that can't be everybody, but I think there would be some people. But I think that what is very important is to try and create an environment for members of parliament which will encourage the robustness that we think should be there in performing oversight functions and holding the executive accountable. And it may well be that the leadership of parliament might need to think about what things need to be done, or what measures need to be put in place to encourage members to do what is right, and to know that doing your job the right way shouldn't necessarily mean that it's career limiting. But certainly, if, for example, political parties or the majority party is going to be sending the message that don't behave like the opposition, then people might feel that, well, the opposition asks certain questions to members of the executive in a certain way. I mustn't do that. I must remember that this is my comrade, this is an ANC minister. But at the same time, one asks the question, who said that your party wants corruption to be swept under the carpet? Who said that your party wants a minister who might not be doing the right thing to address corruption in their department should not be exposed, because corruption should be dealt with properly? So these are all the things that I think we all should look at. But certainly, I think Parliament is a very important institution, but it's important that they don't allow anybody not to take them seriously. And I think that starts with doing its job properly and holding, the executive to account.
Chair, I would agree. And that is why we start every term of parliament with induction. A general induction program for all members, rules, and all the housekeeping issues. A more detailed workshop and training for chairpersons. And then we do have an ongoing relationship with the University of Witwatersrand and UJ to try and capacitate members. But in fact, nothing beats creating a capable member than a member who really reads up on the portfolio that they have, that they are in, that do research. In my time as chairperson, I could subscribe at the expense of Parliament with any international body and magazine, and therefore I was up to date. The other thing is that, in fact, good chairpersons and good backbenchers actually make the best ministers. They understand why questions are put to them. They have no difficulties in coming clean. They know when they are not supposed to be dilly-dally. So our thrust is get enough capacity for the individual member to understand their own environment, to be able to read and analyze the budget of their portfolio, to ask pointed questions. Because ultimately, if I am sitting at home and I'm watching Parliament, I want to see this person that is supposed to be representing me asking the minister a question about what affects me, asking the minister about the quality of water I am drinking. I do not want the ANC member to be praising the minister when I don't have water. I want that matter. And that is why you've got motions, you've got questions, you've got matters in the public interest, so that as and when things develop out there, members of Parliament can take the gap and say, I want to discuss this. You have also a balancing act because you also allow members of the executive to come to the House and say, can I make a statement? This has happened, so that information goes out there. Because one of our responsibilities also is to take the information out into the public, but not take it just and leave it. It is also to ensure that the public is properly educated on issues of oversight, on the laws that we pass, how they affect them, on any policy, on any relationship we might form with any outside body. So Parliament has also that responsibility to educate and to inform.
Thank you.
Chair, sorry to interrupt, but it's been drawn to my attention that sometimes your personal mic is not centered and that they're having some difficulty hearing your comments.
I think it might not be the mic. I think working in this commission for the past 3 years has done something to my voice.
I'm sure it has.
In the past, nobody would complain of not hearing me.
Ms. Modise, if I can just take you back a
But
little
I've
bit.
adjusted it.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just take you back a bit, when I last asked you a question. You started to tell the Chair about a practice of putting the leader of government business on the spot. And I just want to check as a matter of fact that when you were giving that evidence, you were talking about in your present capacity as Speaker with the present leader of government business. That's what you were referring to, or were you talking more generally?
No, it is practice. That has been there. The Deputy President is the leader of government business. The Deputy President and the presiding officers have sessions together. If there is a deadlock on certain issues on Parliament, the Chief Whip of the majority party, the Speaker, and the leader of government business are the deadlock breaking mechanism. So the leader of government business is the middle person between the executive and the legislature. So even when we deal with programs of Parliament, we have to, because we don't want to blindside them, and we don't want to blame them when they don't turn up, when we actually did not also take into consideration. So there is this ongoing two-way street between the leader of government business and the presiding officers.
All right, so I want to focus on that more clearly now. Before you were the Speaker of the National Assembly, you were in fact the chair of the NCOP. So although you were new to this job, relatively new to this job, you've actually been part of the executive authority and therefore would have participated in the sort of discussions with the leader of government business for at least the last 2 terms of Parliament. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correctly.
And of course, the leader of government business is traditionally, and at the moment and in the preceding administration, the deputy president of the country, so that it's the current deputy president and the former deputy president, now the president, Cyril Ramaphosa. And are you telling the Commission that in the period when you were the chair of the NCOP and when Ms. Mbete was the Speaker of the National Assembly, you would have attended from time to time discussions between the executive authority of Parliament and the then Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa?
I am saying that. I am also saying, as chairperson of the NCOP, I have had to sit down with the then leader of government business on ministers who did not think it was important to attend to the sittings of the NCOP on the quality of responses on questions put to them. And we saw an improvement after taking that matter up with the leader of government business.
Thank you. Now, you will be aware, I'm sure, that there's been quite a lot of evidence before this Commission on the manner in which parliamentary oversight was exercised, particularly in the National Assembly more than in the NCOP. But over the period, particularly 2016, 2017, and there has been a point of view of some that Parliament did not, particularly in 2016 and up to the middle of 2017, really get to grips with and pursue and exercise proper oversight in relation to allegations that were then widespread in the public domain on questions of alleged state capture, alleged corruption. Can you tell us whether those sorts of issues were raised in the sort of process that you've described, the consultation between the executive authority and the leader of government business?
I would not specifically respond directly to that one. That would have had to be a discussion between the Speaker of the National Assembly and them, because remember also that the executive members are not members of the NCOP, and therefore the NCOP can only deal with them on the occasions they are in the NCOP and the rules of the NCOP applied for them. Now, when they are members of the National Assembly, it makes it better a sense of responsibility on the Speaker, because these are your members. They will have to come here for vote, they will have to come here for debates, they occasionally go to that house. So it would, in my own submission, this is one question which I suspect Mbete will be better placed to respond.
Well, that's precisely what I was trying to understand. So if we want to know about that, then really the people we have to ask are Ms. Mbete and President Ramaphosa, because it would have been a personal interaction between the two of them. Is that, am I understanding your evidence on that?
Yes, your understanding is correct through you, Chair. I would say that, yes, that matter would have come up, but when you also look into what we gave you, you will notice that there was a swing, a change, especially after the judgment at the Constitutional Court, where the National Assembly realized that it was their responsibility, especially in that instance, because I keep on saying that any structure that is under the control of the executive becomes Parliament's business. So Parliament would need to understand its role, and when it is not clear of its role, we do have a legal department, and when we are not, they know, when I'm not happy with the legal advice they give me, I force them to get outside help so that I can have a comparison. So when you are presiding, sometimes you pause to look at whether or not the direction you are taking or you are being made to take is right. Because ultimately, it is on the head of the presiding officer how matters get deliberated on, how they are concluded. If you're not careful, you will let the thing flow and take the blame. Because ultimately, whatever it is that happens on the floor, if a decision is taken that unpalatable, it is adopted by the House, it is my responsibility. I must make sure that I follow through with that. It becomes my bet, whatever. So if we do not create enough capacity to enable members to make distinctions, to enable members sometimes to say, I'd rather be slow on this matter and get more information and empower myself to take the right decision, then it won't be right with Parliament. If we get put under pressure, especially towards the end of a term, to run because then we have a lot of issues, I think that that is the time when shortcuts are taken and which could be very pricey. But I think that Parliament must always argue to take a slowly but sure path, to insist that it is properly advised so that it can take the decision that do not just benefit Parliament, because we do get benefited if the public is happy. But in fact, if the public is unhappy, we are the Sonderbox.
I'd just like to take you back.
I just wanted to say, although he's asking the questions, you are telling me, so if you could face this side more often,
Yes,
more
sir.
often. You have been doing less of it, so sometimes I don't hear well, so.
My
yeah.
apologies, Chair.
Okay, no, that's all right.
Ms. Modisa, in your last answer, you referred to a constitutional court judgment. And I got the impression that what you were conveying was that that judgment had been catalytic in assisting a better understanding of the role of Parliament. Was that a reference to the Nkandla judgment or some other judgment?
I think yes, it is. Because, Chairperson, before that judgment, if you read into what happened in the National Assembly, I suspect that National Assembly looked at its powers and functions and decided that, in fact, it is within its own right to review and to take whatever course of action they want to take. But that decision of the court helped us because subsequent to that decision, I myself, as Speaker of the National Assembly, have not been happy about what has come out. I have rushed to the court to say, look, I think there is overreach here, or I think I don't understand this, please clarify this. So that decision of the court has actually empowered Parliament to begin to do things properly, to respect the space of the Chapter 9 institutions, to respect the courts, but also to insist that it understands its mandate better and must execute.
Chair, I'm about to move on to a different topic. I see is this the convenient time to take the break?
Okay, let's take the tea adjournment, just 11:15. We'll resume at 11:30. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Ms. Modise, would you turn to page 409, please, in bundle 6?
Thank you very much. I do have it.
Now, this is one of the annexures that you furnished as part of your, I think, I'm not sure if it was in your initial submission or your supplementary submission. But the point is this: it's dated the 19th of June 2017, and it says this: it's issued by Parliament, and it says, in the light of the recent accusations of state capture linked to alleged emails involving a number of ministers, parliamentary committees have been directed to urgently probe the allegations and report back to the National Assembly. And it then gives further details about Mr. Froelich having written letters to various chairs of various portfolio committees. I'd like to start off by asking whether you had any personal knowledge before this announcement was made that this was coming. Did you play any role or have any insight as to how this came about? Or let me leave it at that.
No, I did not. I was in the NCOP. But there had been a discussion between the Speaker and I on what was spilling out in the public.
Between the Speaker, that's Ms. Baleka and Mbete,
Ms.
and yourself.
Mbete and I, yes.
And
And
perhaps
I-
you could just share with us what you feel you can about that discussion.
Your portfolio committees have powers to investigate. And naturally, we would have expected that immediately there is something like this, that the committees, without being prompted, would investigate. But I think that what worried us were that it wasn't just your usual maladministration and petty thieving. This was now where a new term was creeping in the state. And I think that she must subsequently have decided to, I don't know whether she had spoken before to Mr. Froelich or not, before we had this. It wasn't an in-depth thing, but we thought that, yes, Parliament must actually wake up and smell the coffee. We can't leave this to chance. We could have left it. Some committees might have investigated, some might not. But that the House Chair responsible for committees was actually cracking the whip, we thought was a good thing.
Yes, but do I understand you correctly that even before it was announced that the House Chair was cracking the whip, you had already had a discussion with Ms. Mbete in which she indicated that she thought, and you agreed, that there should be some pursuit of these allegations by the structures of Parliament?
Yes, the presiding officers have meetings from time to time. We can confer on issues that affect both houses. And now and then, whether it is formal or informal, we will discuss about things. Sometimes even bounce on each other for advice on how to deal with issues. So we did discuss this, but I think ultimately it was between Mr. Froelich and Speaker Mbete at that time to take the matter forward.
Fine. Now, of course, a fundamental feature of this is the timing of it. This is in the middle of June, and this, the very first paragraph of this document refers what are called some alleged emails, which have become known in popular parlance as the so-called Gupta leaks. You would be familiar with that, I
Yes,
assume.
yes, I am familiar.
Now, was it the Gupta leaks that prompted this? And if it was the Gupta leaks that prompted this, why did we have to wait for the Gupta leaks to prompt this? Because the allegations that were allegedly substantiated in the Gupta leaks had been in the public domain for a long, long time by then. I mean, as early as February, March, a number of very senior personnel in the African National Congress leadership themselves were making serious allegations. So I'm trying to understand the delay and the timing questions here, insofar as you have any knowledge.
Well, Chair, I will speculate. In politics, sometimes there are games. I myself, when I bought my farm, was accused of having stolen a state farm. So sometimes when allegations come out, until they are investigated, you are not sure whether it is politicking or whether there are facts. Clearly, as I say, if the chairpersons should have followed up with their ministers in their respective portfolios, these allegations are coming out. What do you say? But Chair, when the emails were leaked, it no longer just became probably propaganda or political games. It became real. And therefore, I would understand why Mr. Frolik would say you definitely now must investigate these matters, because we need to get in there. Now, the Home Affairs one was more serious. If your Home Affairs, your population register is contaminated, you have a serious issue of going to the elections and being sure that, in fact, these people who are sending public representatives indeed should have been the people who sent. So it makes you uneasy, and therefore you would need to. PRASA, important because the majority of South Africans use public transport. So if you get allegations that there are things that are not going well there, you know that it is going to hit the poorest of the poor. So you become even more anxious. So as I said, Chair, I'm speculating on this one.
But you see, take Nisi Jonas. In February and March of 2016, 14, 15 months before this, issues a public statement alleging that he's been offered bribes by the Guptas, very substantial bribes, to do their bidding, and in exchange he will become the minister. I mean, I can hardly think of a more serious allegation. Now, this is not an instance of speculation and rumors. This is your own senior member making an allegation like this. And he was not speaking alone. Ms. Hogan spoke out, Faiki Mentor spoke out, and others. Now, the point I'm making is they did this by no later than March of 2016. And what mystifies me is, why is this kind of action that we're seeing here only being taken in June 2017? And why not back in March 2016? Now, I understand you were not then the Speaker of the National Assembly. And you may say to me, I don't know. But I just want to know what you do know and to what extent you can assist us.
Chair, I don't know.
It's just a speculation that you
It
had.
is.
Yeah.
But if I was the chairperson of a committee, I would certainly have made it my business to find out. If I was an ordinary member of the National Assembly, I would have put a question to the minister to get clarification on this. If I was the minister involved, I would have approached the presiding officer for space to make a statement in the House to clarify this matter. So I'm saying I am speculating because at that time, I was in the NCOP and could just, in other instances, just look on, because remember, the two houses are distinct. Ndate Masonto can't tell me how to run the floor. I can't tell him how to run the floor in the NCOP. But as I say, it would have been important for the committee chairpersons, unprompted, to have run using the powers that they have to investigate this matter and to put reports in the House.
Of course, part of the reason why Mr. Freund asked the question, and we accept that you are unable to answer it because you were not in the National Assembly. Part of the reason why he's asking it is because the Commission is quite concerned about understanding why certain things happened the way they did and why they happened at the time at which they happened. Because one of the things that it wants to do is to make recommendations that would be aimed at making sure that should a similar situation arise in the future, there would be enough measures that would make sure what the country went through is not repeated. So that's part of the reason to say, maybe if Parliament had acted a year earlier, or even more than that, but at the latest, a year earlier, as soon as possible after March 2016, maybe certain things which happened after, which are detrimental to the country in terms of what the Commission has said, maybe might not have happened. So that's the context. But we accept that your contribution would be limited because you are not in the National Assembly.
But perhaps, Chair, I must say that that being the situation, one can just say that Parliament awoke. Now we know that we must not allow things to fester. Now we must not allow somebody else to say, take the initiative. And as we do our annual workshops with chairpersons, we ask them, literally, do you keep up with the newspaper reports? Do you follow? It doesn't matter whether the minister will say it was a joke or whatever, but we're now at a point where we want to know everything. We want to cover ourselves and cover the people. As I say, it is regrettable that, in fact, the impression is that Parliament only woke up when things were now really bad. And for that, we must apologize to the South African people.
Now, I'm very happy to hear that the attitude is different now, and that, in particular, committee chairs and committee members are directed to keep themselves informed about what's in the public domain that they may have to pursue in order to make sure that they play their role. Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we were at page 409, and you will remember when I read you the first paragraph, I emphasized the words urgently probe. And you are aware, the Chair is aware, that there were 4 committees involved, and I want to look at each of those 4 committees, but some in more detail than others. And that's not necessarily because it's more important, but because we have a lot of evidence on some of the others, and on some we have very little evidence. And I'd like to take you, please, now to page 459.
459.
459. That There should be a document dated the 14th of March 2019. Announcements, tablings, and committee reports. If you could maybe just explain to us what that document is, so that we understand how it fits in.
Announcements, tablings, these are reports, discussions, matters which have been entertained, discussed, and finalized in the committees, adopted by the committees, which then are referred to the administration. They then get into this kind of document so that they become public. They are now ATC'd. Anybody can have access to them.
Right. And by this time, we're into the 6th session, 5th Parliament, and we are a long way after June of 2017, where maybe 17, 18 months. Now, can I take you will see at the foot of page 459, you'll see that one of the committee reports that was tabled, the very last one, number 5, is Home Affairs, which it says is at page 49. So if we go to that page 49, that's in our bundle at page 507. Go to page 507. Now, would I be correct in understanding that this is now the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, having finalized its investigation and report, tabling this before the National Assembly, for the National Assembly to adopt, if so minded? See you nod if you can just say yes into the microphone.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm not going to take you through all the details for time reasons as to what we read here, but I just want to take you to a few highlights. You will see in page 507, in the very first paragraph, is the reference received from Mr. Froelich requesting an investigation into the allegations of state capture involving the then former Minister of Home Affairs and the granting of citizenship to non-South Africans, and this all has to do with members of the Gupta family. And then you see in the middle of the page, within a couple of days, 20th and 21st of June, the Portfolio Committee wrote to the then Minister of Home Affairs and the then Minister of Finance, the previous Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. Gagaba, to attend a meeting on Gupta naturalization on the 27th of June. Then you'll see that on the 22nd of June, certain information is requested and received. And then you see that on the 27th of June 2017, PCHA, that Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, meeting, both current and former Minister of Home Affairs apologized for not attending. And that's where the problem seems to start. Because if we read the balance of this document, and I'm going to take you through quite a bit of it, this oversight meeting that is meant to investigate as a matter of public urgency requires and indicates the requirement for the presence of the two ministers, and neither of them turn up. Now, do you agree that this certainly became a problem, not just in this instance, but in other instances? There was a problem of ministers simply failing to turn up at portfolio committees, no matter how pressing and urgent.
I do admit that it would be problematic, because if there was any official reason for them not to turn up, arrangements could have been made long before the meeting for a postponement or a change of venue or time. So I do acknowledge that that is problematic.
So then what we see, and I'm just trying to run through this quite quickly, you will see at the foot of page 508, there's a reference to a report received by the Portfolio Committee from the Organisation Undoing Tax Abuse, OTA, which puts a lot of factual material before the committee. Then you will see that on the 8th of September, the Portfolio Committee sends a letter to the DHA, the Department of Home Affairs, requesting evidence on the Gupta family's investments and charitable contributions, which is one detail that related to this whole greater story. And then you see the response. The request is sent on the 8th of September 2017. The response comes on the 7th of February 2018. That's about 5 months later. This is this urgent investigation. The minister has not turned up. The information requested takes months and months to appear, and I presume your answer is going to be the same, that this is regrettable. This is not how things should be. You agree?
I agree.
Right.
Well, I just want to go back to something that you dealt with earlier on, which I think connects with this. I think you said that what Parliament seeks to do now is that when the members of the executive fail to respond to requests for information or fail to give responses or take action that has been required by the Portfolio Committee or Parliament, the idea is that at the end of the session, Parliament would compile a report. And if I understood you correctly, I think that report or part of that report would be made available to the President to say, here are your ministers who didn't respond or didn't submit or didn't act as required or recommended. And I accept that there may be situations where you might not, as Parliament, be insisting on a particular action if the minister thinks that different action should be taken, but you would want that they say, if they are not going along with what Parliament says, they should give reasons why they are not going along and indicate what action they think is appropriate. But what I wanted to raise is this. I would think that you shouldn't necessarily wait until the end of the session. I would think that there ought to be a time, maybe you'll write to the minister once, there is no action, you'll write again to remind them. But after that, I would think maybe you shouldn't wait until the end of the session. That failure on the part of that minister should be brought to the attention of the President as soon as possible, because if you wait until the end of the session, maybe the whole thing will be overtaken by other things. Whereas if you bring this failure by a minister to the attention of the President at the time, the President might be able to make sure that he or she complies. I don't know, do you want to say something about that?
I agree with you, Chair, and that is why we are writing second letters now. And we hope that we will not be forced to write third letters. Because at the point of the third letter, we then think that we would be approaching the leader of government business.
Yes, yeah.
And then we would be doing the report to the President.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if I can take you to page 510, we see that item 9 refers to the 27th of February 2018, a motion to solicit the support of the Parliamentary Research and Legal Services to engage with the documentation submitted to the committee. And then on the 6th of March 2018, reappointed Minister of Home Affairs, Mr. M.K.N. Gigaba, presented to the committee on early naturalization. Now, of course, something important has happened before this, in this interim.
I'm sorry, I think I've lost you. I was still at 509.
Yeah, 510, the next page,
510.
Chair.
Okay, all right.
If I can just indicate you, I looked at item 9, which was that there should be assistance, technical assistance, research and legal services, and then I've moved on to the 6th of March 2018, when Minister Gigaba finally arrives. Now this is, I might point out, more than 9 months after the date of Mr. Froelic's request for an urgent investigation and report back to the National Assembly. And I'm also pointing out to you, not only that there's a delay, but there have been very important political developments in the interim. In the interim, Mr. Ramaphosa has been elected as President of the African National Congress in December, and as President of the Republic, appointed as President of the Republic in February 2018, as I recall. So it seems from what we see here that through the duration of President Zuma's presidency, Mr. Gigaba does not see fit to attend this inquiry, and that it's only, it seems, and I'm putting it to you for comment, because I don't know, I wasn't there, one gets the suspicion that this is really a new political broom that's sweeping clean. But until that new broom is sweeping clean, there was in fact not the diligent, urgent investigation of the type that Mr. Frohlich's letter required. Do you have a comment on all of that?
Well, Chair, between that time you have, and I don't want to make excuses for the committees because I don't know what the real circumstances were, why they were delaying, but you would also have breaks, constituency, you would have recess. In this instance, you probably also had to break for elections. When you come back, did you have a break? When you come back, Parliament usually has a mechanism where you go back to old business which may have lapsed. And there is a deliberate discussion which is sometimes left at the level of the Chief Whips Forum, where they come together and they decide, this is very important, we don't want this to fall through the cracks, we are bringing it over into this financial year or into this. So I really don't know why the committee would not say, by the way, in your absence, when you were there, we had started this investigation. Thanks God that you are here now, we are continuing. Because that is what they would have done. But also if you have had a change in the membership and leadership of the particular portfolio committee, you might have people not having the memory of what was there and how to take it further. So perhaps what we need to do is, China, administratively, is when a new chairperson of Home Affairs comes in, there is a little bundle that they get. These were the matters before the committee, these were concluded, these were not concluded. Do you and your committee feel that you have the appetite to resuscitate this matter? If we can put in that, then we would be able to say to the committee, you were dereligious, you didn't do your work. But if Parliament, ourselves as the presiding officers and the administration have not facilitated that change of leadership, then I must say that it's difficult not to take the blame. Because you do not expect somebody who walks in to understand the focus and the importance of what happened, especially if those people are walking in as new members. It would be very difficult for that to happen. So, as I say, I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but I think that we can prevent that into the future by putting up that. At the end of the Parliament, usually committees write what are referred to as legacy reports. Maybe we should then insist that it is important to go back to those reports for the revival of business that is very important, so that it is not 5 months, 6 months down the line that somebody rings a bell and says, by the way, that thing was important.
Now, Ms. Modise, it was you who spontaneously volunteered a few minutes ago that the allegations in respect of Home Affairs were particularly serious for the reasons you gave, And you're aware of Mr. Frohlich's letter, apparently in coordination with Ms. Mbete, and there's been other evidence to show that the then Chief Whip was also party to that, to say this urgently needs to be addressed. Would you agree with me that it does not look like this portfolio committee, from its own report, did what was required of it in terms of the speed with which it dealt with the matter? I will come to its ultimate conclusion in due course. And its ultimate conclusion in due course is to find that the approval given of certain naturalization rights was wrongly given. But it took years. And the question I'm asking you is whether you agree that its failure looks at face value to be unacceptable.
If I was to give any failure, I would have said to the head of committees, Mr. Frohlich himself, having written this letter to the committees, bringing these matters to the attention of committees on the importance and urgency, should have kept his tabs on these committees. In other words, before I hit this committee, I would hit the person who has direct responsibility to ensure that work happens there. So I would say that perhaps Mr. Frohlich should have cracked the whip, should have been, if the chair and the membership of the committees was new, because he was carrying on, should have been the person who brings that memory back and say, but this was important, carry on here. And here are the documents that come from wherever, so you don't have to start all over. Continue here.
I hear that. And can I now take you to page 407?
We go back.
Go back. We'll come back to where we are in a moment. Now, just to get your bearings, if you go back to 401, you've already told the chair right at the outset of your evidence that this is the supplementary submission that was furnished in response to the request from myself, and the request from myself is in the preceding couple of pages, and you answer point by point certain of the questions. And at page 407, you deal with the issue we're talking about now. And you will see that you refer at page 407 under the heading Response. You say that in mid-2017, a series of emails and documents commonly referred to as the Gupta leaks were widely circulated in the media. In light of accusations of state capture linked to these emails involving a number of ministers, parliamentary committees were directed by the House chairperson responsible for committees, Mr. C.T. Frohlich, to urgently probe the allegations and report back to the National Assembly. And you refer to a letter, and that letter is before the Commission. And then you say this, and it's the point of my question. This is in line with the role of the House chairperson to ensure that committees conduct oversight of the executive and report to the National Assembly on their findings. Now, I can see that that's what you've said. I just want to check that that is in fact your view. And if it is your view, why is it your view that this is the role of the House chairperson of committees?
It is my view. The House chair of committees is responsible for committees, their functioning, their capacity, their programming, the follow-throughs on their reports. And therefore, if the House chair experiences any problems, they go back to the Speaker or Deputy Speaker to say, I am hitting a wall here. This is what I have tried. This is what I have not tried. So the House chair would be best placed after his interaction, in this case with the Speaker, to take action. It is the House Chair, even though the chairpersons are a structure that it falls under the Speaker, I don't interact directly with them. There is an intermediary called Mr. Frolick. So when I go direct into a committee, it is because there is an issue that needs to be resolved, which he may say, I have not been able to resolve, I have an issue here and there. So you always delegate responsibilities and give people space to do what they are supposed to.
And when you say I, you're talking about yourself in your capacity as Speaker.
As Speaker.
Right. So what you're really saying is the responsibility vests in the House Chair, but above him, the responsibility vests in the Speaker.
The Speaker delegates that responsibility to the House Chair.
Yes.
So ultimately, the Speaker is answerable because the House Chair derives that responsibility from the Speaker.
The House Chairperson is part of the structure of Parliament.
Yes, Chair.
Is that right?
Yes.
And maybe for now, let's just talk about the National Assembly. So you have got the Speaker at the top. You have got the Deputy Speaker. Would the next person on the hierarchy be the House Chairperson, or there is somebody else?
No, the
Or-
House,
or-
the
or
House
that's not how
elects,
it- yeah.
Chair, the House elects the Speaker and the Deputy.
Yes.
Then the House chairs, depending on the weight of responsibilities, and as Parliament of South Africa was growing, we were taking more and more responsibilities, and therefore it was then decided that these two people, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, can't actually do everything. And firstly, there was a chair of chairs, and then that responsibility was then broken down into having 3 House chairs in the National Assembly. So the 3 House chairs are on par. You've got one, this one who looks into committees, then you've got one who focuses on the international side, and then you have one who looks internally into the affairs and welfare of members. They are on par. What the Speaker does is, after you are elected, you then look at what is on your plate and you then subdivide it and delegate to the Deputy and to the House chairs.
Or there would be 3 House chairs. It's not just one.
There are 3
There are
House
3,
chairs.
okay. But do they all report to the Speaker?
They all report to the Speaker, in the absence of the Speaker, to the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. No, thank you.
There is there not, a committee comprised of the chairpersons of the various portfolio committees? Am I right? And then that committee is itself chaired by what we colloquially call the chair of chairs. And that's really where Mr. Frolick fits in.
Mr. Frolick becomes the chair of chairs.
The chair of chairs.
In the old time, all he did was coordinate the chairpersons and their business. So the chairperson are colleagues. They can't order each other. But they have powers to sit together, inform the House Chair, who is now Mr. Frolick, to say, we intend to have these 2 committees or these 3 committees coming together. And in the past, they would sit together, but go and develop their reports differently. Now there is a proposal that says, you can sit together, confer, you can even report together, because that works much better. So yes, there is that body of chairpersons which is coordinated by the chair called Mr. Frolik. He's the
Yes.
chair of chairs.
And now this reference to chair of chairs, is that a separate position, or by virtue of being the House chairperson responsible for portfolio committees, you also perform the role or the functions of a chair of chairs?
Before the notion of house chairs was introduced and accepted in Parliament, below the Deputy Speaker, there would be a member whose work would be to coordinate the other chairs. That person used to be called the chair of chairs.
Yes.
So when the institution introduced the house chairs, that position was now assumed by the house chairs. So Mr. Frolik, in his capacity as house chair of committees, is in fact the
Yes.
chair of chairs.
Or so that at the moment, it would be inaccurate to refer to a chair of chairs because that term is no longer there.
The term, the position has
Yeah.
now
Been
evolved
subsumed.
into the
Yeah.
position Mr. Frolik now holds. Chair.
Okay, all right.
Yes, but now I'm particularly interested in the situation as it was in the middle of 2017. And your evidence was before that Mr. Frolik, as a delegate of the Speaker, had the responsibility then, in his capacity then, to monitor and ensure that the instruction that the portfolio committee should exercise this oversight was carried out. You stand by that evidence?
I stand by that. We even when we go, we have a committee of Parliament called Programming, where matters are brought, and it's a multi-party body where we decide where we slot what in. Mr. Frolik represents the chairs there, the business that comes directly from committees.
Thank you. Now, I'm still going to be coming back in a moment to that Home Affairs Committee that we haven't finished with, but I'm trying to understand this thing chronologically. So what I'd like to take you to next, please, is page 715, 715.
I have it there.
And that document runs through, if you can confirm for me, through to 725. It's a confidential memorandum containing legal advice from Advocate Zed Adekari, Chief Legal Advisor. Am I correct?
You are correct, Chair.
This, Chair, is a document that I, for one, had never seen before. Now, you will recall, and if I can just digress, that there wasn't just the one committee that we're looking at, Home Affairs. There was the Public Enterprises Committee, there was Mineral and Energies, there was Transport and PRASA. And the first to really get going, in fact, even before Mr. Frolik's letter, was Public Affairs. It was Public Enterprises. That was the committee then chaired by Ms. Ranto. Mr. Gordon was a backbench member. Ms. Matsoni from the DA was a member. And back in May of 2017, they decided in principle to have an investigation. That was also in due course discussed with Mr. Frolik and became part of what we could call the Frolik Initiative, but it actually slightly preceded it, and it was the one that got up and going the quickest. What we're looking at here at page 715 is an opinion dated the 15th of August 2017 on the proposed process for the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises to conduct the inquiry into state-owned enterprises. And the chair of this commission can read this at his leisure in due course. But the gist of it, am I correct, is to say you're perfectly within your rights as the Portfolio Committee to proceed with the type of investigation that you wish to proceed. You agree with that as a summary?
Absolutely. I have been repeating, Chair, that the powers of the portfolios is to investigate, to all witnesses to. It is within their powers. In fact, they could have initiated and simply informed Mr. Frolik, this is the direction we are taking because this is what we are finding out and this is what is before us.
Indeed. And if I can take you to paragraph 28 in the same document at page 723.
(723)
Page 723, paragraph 28. If I may say so, the point that you've just so forcefully made is precisely the same point made in the legal advice. The process that the Portfolio Committee must undertake falls squarely within its oversight mandate. The committee is embarking on a fact-finding inquiry as envisaged in Rule 227 of the NA Rules. It will, only after a proper analysis of the evidence and information presented to it, arrive at conclusions that could result in recommendations for the proposed action and so forth. And it's basically confirming that it has these powers, and it could take that decision, as you've just said, at its own initiative. It doesn't need anybody's permission.
Yes.
The problem with that is that when Ms. Matsoni, according to her evidence, and I don't think that Ms. Letsatsi Dube disagreed, when she, in March of 2016, was urging the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises to do precisely that, precisely in relation to the allegations that I've spoken about this morning, for example, the allegations of Mr. Jonas, Ms. Hogan, and others. Apparently, the legal advice given was you can't do that. Now, if that legal advice was given, firstly, you would agree it's clearly wrong.
It would be clearly wrong.
And secondly, would you agree with me that any chairperson of a portfolio committee should know that? This is squarely within the powers of a committee as clearly stipulated in the rules of the National Assembly, that they can do precisely that type of inquiry.
If a member of the committee makes a recommendation that the committee should look into, that committee discusses that. I suspect what might have happened is that in the discussion of that committee, they decided not to go with the recommendation of Honorable Matsoni. But it would be absolutely wrong to say that a member could not make a recommendation for an investigation which is within the powers of that portfolio.
Yes, now, of course, you were not there, and nobody blames you for not being there at this particular portfolio committee meeting. But I just want to fill you in on some of the evidence we've heard. It is correct that the committee did not proceed with the investigation that Ms. Matsoni requested. But before that stage was even reached, Ms. Letsatsi Dube informed Ms. Matsoni. Ms. Letsatsi Dube was then the chairperson of that portfolio committee, informed her that she had been advised by the Parliamentary Legal Advice Office that the committee had no power to do such a thing, and that as far as she was concerned, the matter was closed. Notwithstanding, Ms. Matsoni's response was to say, but that's wrong, look at this rule number. Now, my question to you is not what happened because you were not there. My question to you is whether you agree that a portfolio chairperson ought to have been well aware by March of 2016 that a portfolio committee did indeed have the power to pursue this type of inquiry if its members collectively decided to do so.
Chair, it's a definite yes. When members are sworn in, they not only get a constitution, they also get a copy of the rules. So even an ordinary member who is not a chairperson would have known that it was and it still is within the powers of the committee to investigate.
Now, I want to take you to another similar document at about the same time. Can you go to page 727? Just to remind you, the last document we looked at was dated the 15th of August 2017, and this document on its face, is dated the 23rd of August 2017. So it's a week later. And it's on much the same issue. Subject: opinion on steps to be taken by a portfolio committee in investigating allegations of state capture in organs of state. And then if I take you to paragraph 2 at page 729, the legal question to be considered is, A, in terms of the law and rules of the National Assembly, what steps may be taken by a portfolio committee of the National Assembly to conduct oversight over organs of state? B, what other issue must the committee take into consideration in dealing with the referral? And the advice, the chair will read it in due course at his leisure, the advice essentially is you will adopt whatever procedure you think to be most appropriate in your wisdom. As long as you, as the committee, keep control over the process, that's your rights. Now, that, I assume from your earlier evidence, Ms. Modise, is precisely what any chairperson, and frankly any member of any portfolio, should have understood already. I see you nod, if you can just say yes into the record.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Now, against that background, because what we're now looking at, if we give the ruling party the benefit of the doubt, and to say, well, in June of 2017, they finally woke up through the chair, through the speaker, through the chair of chairs, through this announcement issued in the press in response to the Gupta leaks. They said, there does now need to be an urgent investigation in 4 committees on these allegations in relation to state capture. Now let's go back and look at how that is implemented. We were at Annexure O, we were at pages 499 to 515. Let me just see if I completed that. Yes, can I take you perhaps through to 510? I think that's where we digressed.
Have the page.
You will recall that I drew your attention at page 510 to the 6th of March 2018, when Mr. Gagaba finally appears before the committee. And then this report summarizes how things developed, and you'll see at page 511 that, and this is Roman numerals 14, in a meeting of the PCHA on the 27th of March 2018, the committee decided to broaden the scope of the investigation into the broader process of naturalization of the entire Gupta family. I can leave it at that. And then you will see, if you turn to the next page, page 5, or if you go to page 513, on the 11th of September, the committee finalized its preparations for the inquiry. On the 12th of September, inquiry day 1. So we finally start this inquiry. And we see 13th September, inquiry day 2, 9th of October, inquiry day 3, 12th of March, inquiry day 4, 13th of March, discussion and adoption of the final report. And that's the very report we are now reading. And if we leave out a lot of the detail, which will be familiar to this commission for other reasons, and we go through to really the conclusion of this, or the concluding parts of this report, we maybe start at page 555.
Five
555.
Have it.
You will see there's a section headed observation. This is after summarizing what's happened at all the various days of the inquiry. Now we start coming to, as it were, the conclusions. And they make what they call observations. And the very first observation, they say this: based on the evidence provided to the committee, despite the limitations and gaps in information mentioned in section 9, the observations of the inquiry are the following. 1, the committee acknowledged that the initial applications for naturalization by A.J. Gupta and family were dealt with by the department as a family application and were correctly rejected. because that was the nub of the issue. What had happened subsequent to that is the minister had overturned that decision. And what this committee is finally saying is they were correctly rejected. And then point 3 on the next page, the application for early naturalization approved by former Minister Gugaba of A.J. Gupta's family was incorrect. That's one of their observations. And then they comment adversely on various senior officials. And then they make some recommendations. And the recommendations include amending certain legislative provisions and that criminal charges should be laid against Ashu Chawla and members of the Gupta family relating to false information submitted in their early naturalization applications. So what I want to put to you is this. At the end of the day, what appears at face value to be a credible report was produced. But that the delay in producing it was completely inconsistent with the mandate, which was in the middle of June of 2017, urgently to investigate and report back to Parliament. It's quite clear that that did not happen. Do you agree?
I agree.
Now, I'm not going to spend any time on the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises because we all know what happened in this committee. This commission has heard a lot of evidence on that. In short, there was a decision starting in May 2017 to conduct an inquiry. It broadened and then narrowed down to Eskom. It was a proper inquiry. It produced a report. The report was furnished to this commission. But I would like to look at the other committees. The Transport Committee was mandated to look at allegations in relation to PRASA. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think if we go to your own joint submission, paragraph 46, fairly early in Mandel 6, is the page number, it's at page 19. Now, I'm attributing no personal fault to you, Ms. Modise, but what I'm going to be putting to you is what is stated here is not entirely accurate. So let's just look at it. Subsequent to the letter from the House Chairperson, the committee issued a report documenting its past oversight activities over the Department of Transport and PRASA during the period 2014 to 2017. Let's just pause there. This request is made in the middle of 2017. The report detailed engagements regarding the management and operations of the entity, which also included various references to investigations into financial misconduct alleged within the entity, and then the sentence that I take issue with. Specifically, the committee submitted this report in lieu of a formal inquiry and did not generate any new insights. In other words, the suggestion that's made in your submission is that the response from the Transport Committee is, we've done all that, there's no need for it, we've investigated adequately thus far. Now, let's just leave that there. I won't ask you a question about it because I want to put something else to you. If I take you now to page 736 in the same bundle.
Okay.
736. Well, perhaps that's not fair. I think it is fair. You have it. It's a letter dated the 16th of March 2018. So the impression created by your joint submission is that really there was the response of the Transport Committee is that there's no need for an investigation because of our prior oversight. But if you read this letter of the 16th of March 2018, I want to put to you that it shows that that can't possibly be correct. Not least because if you go to page 738, second paragraph, you will see in its meeting of 20 February 2018, the committee resolved to institute an investigation into the matters of concerns regarding the various stakeholders, etc. And then they talk about, in the second last paragraph, the terms of reference having been adopted. This committee actually did resolve, but only resolved in February and March of 2018 to carry out an investigation of precisely the sort that was directed by Chairperson Froelich. And what's more, I want to just explain to you, we have had evidence from both Mr. De Freitas, the DA member, Manny De Freitas, of attempts that he made in this committee to have these investigations take place. And we've had Ms. Magadzi, who has responded, and I think she herself accepted in her evidence that the committee had been remiss in failing to investigate as they should have. So all I want to really put to you is, can you accept that when your joint submission says that really there was, from the response from the committee, no need for an investigation and it died there, your evidence is just mistaken because there's a whole lot of detail which you were presumably unaware of?
Chair, I have no option but to accept what you are saying. But remember that we also said in our joint submission, and I noticed that this letter that says now we are investigating comes from the same member, Magazi,
Yes, indeed.
who you are telling me had earlier on said that they were remiss in not investigating. The chairperson of the NCOP&I stated up front that where we have not personally dealt with matters, we have been informed that things are right and we accept that they are right and true because we
Yes.
could not have known every little.
Yes. I understand that. I want to give
Yes.
you my personal, unequivocal assurance that I understand the spirit in which this evidence is given. You were not even then the speaker, much less personally involved, but you are now the speaker. You rely on documents that have been presented to you. You've made clear in your submission that not everything is in your personal knowledge. You rely on documents which are attached. But nonetheless, it's my duty, if I see something that seems to be wrong in the document, to point that out. Otherwise, what you've said might be taken as being clearly correct when there's reason to suspect that it may not be correct.
Chairperson, I'm grateful that the disconnect is pointed out to us.
Yes.
That means we must be more thorough next time.
No, that's fine.
Now, I want to just move on and deal quite briefly with a few other features of your joint submission. So, can I take you to paragraph 54, which is at page 21.
I have it.
Now, I just want to put this in context. Quite understandably, what your joint submission does, after referring to the Froelich letter and the press release that we've looked at, you look at the 4 committees that were identified by him, but then you move on and say that it's also important for the Commission to be aware of things that happened in other committees beyond those 4. And one of those that you draw attention to is the Portfolio Committee on Police. And you make the point in paragraph 54, during the 5th Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Police in addition to its business, held 6 meetings on state capture. These meetings considered progress reports by the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, DPCI, on high-profile cases under investigation, including state capture, and you then itemize those in the paragraphs that follow. You refer to what happened on the 28th of February 2018, the 7th of March 2018, and so forth, through to March of 2019. And I have no reason to doubt that those summaries are reasonable summaries. But the point I want to put to you is, again, this has to be seen in context, does it not? Because this is commencing once the new president has taken office, and it is not showing us what this committee, the police committee, were doing in the heat of the era in which these allegations were being made. And I want to put you, for example, just to illustrate the problem, that there has been a lot of evidence before this commission in relation to Bosasa. In relation to Bosasa, the evidence is that in 2010 or perhaps 2011, the SIU had investigated these allegations. It was publicly made clear that these allegations had been reported, that the report had been given to the National Prosecuting Authority, perhaps referred for further investigation. 8, 9, 10 years later, we are not seeing precisely the sort of response that you are highlighting here as to what happened from February 2018 onwards. We see precisely the opposite. That although this report is in the public, not in the public domain, but although the members of Parliament are fully aware that the SIU believes there is substance in these very serious allegations of extensive corruption, nobody is saying, what's happened to this prosecution, or if they are, not with any diligence or follow-through. You want to comment on that at all?
It's difficult to get into the head of something that happened in 2010 and try and make an intelligence response. I can't even tell you what I was doing in 2010, whether I had heard of this or not. But I will go back to my response that perhaps we need to make better use of the legacy reports from portfolio committees to carry on. Because between 2010, you have an election in 2014. I'm not even sure whether the membership of the committee is still the same. But what we do have being constant is the administration. And that is why I went on earlier on to say perhaps that's where we need to make the link. So that as you have the new membership, the new committee chair, there is orientation and there is a discussion about the resuscitation of business. Because if you have a new committee and nobody brings to their attention that there are, by the way, there are issues that were hanging there, they will continue and discover new things. And if the executive or the administrative heads are still the same, who says they would be keen to reopen what they perhaps don't want to reopen?
Yes.
So we can only charge ourselves as Parliament to say we need to be more alert to this. We need to pay more attention to the last reports of committees and the revival of committee work reports.
Yes, but you know, I accept your point, but your point illustrates the problem of what happened in fact rather than what should have happened in theory. Because the legacy report in 2009 raised this as a matter of extreme concern. The SIU report is issued shortly into the period of the next portfolio committee. When it issues its legacy report in 2014, not even mentioned. But notwithstanding that, it remains reported on in the press. And nothing happens. Now, I suppose this is really not a fair question to put to you because you're not directly involved in this. But the principle we can discuss. And the principle is that I'm sure you would accept that it is incumbent on responsible members of Parliament within their respective portfolios, when serious allegations of corruption have been made known to them, and when it's been reported to them that the SIU thinks there's merit in these allegations, to satisfy itself by repeated questioning and follow-up that these allegations have been appropriately disposed of. You would accept that principle?
I will accept that principle.
One would obviously not want to dictate to Parliament how it should deal with its internal matters, but it may well be that the House chairperson responsible for portfolio committees should make it his business, or her business if the gender changes, make it his or her business to know the legacy reports of the various portfolio committees, particularly what was identified as needing further attention by the incoming committee, but that also once the new committee has identified, has looked at the legacy report and identified matters that they want to take forward, which came from the previous Parliament, that maybe they should share that information with him or her. So there would be somebody who has a globular picture of what's taken. But that might just be something. It may be that it's not necessary, but one would think somebody who coordinates some of these things, and maybe if something is left out, is not pursued, that seems quite important, can ask questions to say, but this is important, why are you not taking it further? I don't know, what do you think that might help?
It will help, Chair. We have been looking at the capacity of Parliament, and that seems to me it falls right there, because if you can't retain not only the vet, also the good practices, because as you empower members, you must be able to pull out the good examples and the bad examples. And so for me, it comes back into how do you ensure that things don't fall between the cracks. So in that regard, I would not even say that leave the blame with the chair of committees. Take it right up to us who are responsible. Speaker, do something about that. Make sure that you track, you know where things are. And that is a commitment I can make, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could now take you to page 16, please.
16.
16. This is when you, after having introduced the topic of what are the duties, what is oversight, what is accountability, you start dealing with the substance of your submission. And you make the point in paragraph 32. You say the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services raised its concern about the delay in establishing the terms of reference for the Commission. That is this very Commission before which you are now testifying. Now, I just want to pause and consider this a little. Because in October of 2016, the Public Protector released her State of Capture report. There was some initial controversy about whether it was going to be made public. There was some threatened or actual litigation. But by November of 2016, as your supplementary submission correctly points out, it was in the hands of the Speaker of the National Assembly, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it may well even have been tabled before the National Assembly. Is that correct so far?
Yes, it is correct.
Now, the recommendation by the Public Protector that there should be a judicial commission of inquiry. Whilst it has its advantages, and we are seeing many of the advantages now, it also could perhaps have been used as a pretext by some not to do what they should have done. So there was a view that was expressed by some that this question, all these allegations, should simply be left from the time of the October 2016 State of Capture report through the whole of 2017 into 2018. It's not Parliament's business. Let the commission be appointed. Now, from what I've been hearing in your evidence this morning, you would not be of that school. You would be of the school that Parliament must do Parliament's job. And if Parliament is aware of allegations of relevance, they have the power and should exercise the power to investigate, obviously seeking not necessarily to duplicate in two forums work being done simultaneously in both. But the principle that the existence of the recommendation for a judicial inquiry is not a good reason for Parliament not to do its own work. Do you agree with that principle?
I agree that within the powers and responsibilities of Parliament, any matter could have been investigated. If the Judicial Commission was then established, then all the committees would have needed to do is to hand over the work that they had done so that there is no duplication.
Yes, and I don't think that anybody here takes any issue with that. But what you then say in paragraph 32, and I'm not saying it's wrong, you say the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services raised its concern about the delay in establishing the terms of reference for the Commission. But that was one of the issues on which, in my request for further information, I said when. You answered that in your supplementary submission, and we find the nub of the answer at page 412. This is one of the additional documents that you furnished. And it exactly bears out what you said. But of course, as ever, timing is important. And we see that this is a report dated the 24th of January 2018. It was after the election of a new African National Congress president. This is a whole new political world we're in. Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services today expressed its grave concerns about the delay in releasing the terms of reference with regard to the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. Committee Chairperson Dr. Mathole Motshekga said that the President must issue the terms of reference as a matter of urgency, and it must be based on the remedial action of the Public Protector's report on the State of Capture. This matter cannot be delayed any further. Now, I don't think anybody would criticize Motshekga for saying that. But my question to you is whether you think that the pending possibility of this commission of inquiry actually served as an excuse that was latched onto by some for not doing what they should have done in Parliament in relation to the issues, very serious issues, that emerged from the Public Protector's State of Capture report.
Chair, I'm not sure how to answer this question. I have to now creep into people's minds and try and explain why.
Yeah,
But
no.
remember, Chair, that Parliament does not have the powers to establish the Judicial Commission.
Yes.
They can just make noise and urge
Yeah.
the President to do that.
Yeah. You can
But
put pressure.
They,
But
they,
nothing more.
they can put pressure on the President to please hurry up and do this thing. In the meantime, as I said earlier on, nothing would deter a committee to do the little bit that they can.
Yes. And the only part of your answer I take issue with is the word little bit. Because those committees have a power of subpoena, they have a power to compel people to come and answer questions, and they have expertise in their own respective domains. So in fact, it's a significant power that they have.
They have big powers. I used to boast about those powers. But the little bit I'm talking about is that at that time, most of the information that is now in the public domain and within the reach of Parliament was not there. That most of the issues which we are now confronting, and sometimes we still get shocked. There was the hearing on the Intelligence Committee, and we sat and held on to our chairs because there are things that the rest of committees would not know, and therefore the little I refer to is what I know and what is before my committee I must pursue, so that each and every committee can then, and that is why Mr. Frolik was right in writing to those committees that were identifiable as being affected by the state being captured, to say, hey, hurry up and investigate.
Yes.
Because in that way, he thought, we as Parliament, that perhaps we would be able to get to understand exactly what has happened, what is the extent of this thing. Up to that time, we had never heard of a member of Parliament who had received any money relating to doing or not doing their job.
But what you had heard long before that time, this is what I explored with Mr. Montashe last week. As early as February of 2011, reports in the press alleging undue influence by the Gupta family, not only over the president, but over the appointment of cabinet ministers, over the appointment of SOE boards and chairs. And Mr. Montashe's response was, well, we had no evidence to confirm that. But then in an NEC meeting in that very year, a minister says, well, I can confirm it. I was one of the people who was told by the Guptas, and nothing happens. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, and this is obviously not a matter of your personal accountability, we're looking at the system. With the benefit of hindsight, would you accept that Parliament could and should have investigated a lot more vigorously, a lot earlier?
Chair, I'm on record as saying Parliament must investigate any matter related to their portfolios as portfolios. It is difficult sometimes when you investigate everything that you read about in the newspapers. Because I have read stories about myself starting to read, and only when I saw my name I then became aware, oh, they're talking about me. Information that I didn't know, things I'm supposed to know or have done that I do not know. So when you get into that space, you realize that Parliament, and that is why when a member stands up in the House and makes an allegation that is serious, that can affect the standing, the conduct of the member, we immediately say substantiate, so that we actually deal with facts. Now, if a member of the ANC sits in the NEC of the ANC and says, yes, the Guptas, how does Parliament transport that into a portfolio committee?
Well, that was going to be my question to you, because either it can or it can't, but I think the answer must be it can. So if the allegation is that there is undue influence affecting ultimately the control of state-owned entities, then that seems at face value to fall within the remit of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises. And how can they deal with that? They can summon that very minister, and they can summon the persons whom he accuses, and they can examine whether there's any truth or not in it. Do you agree with that?
I have to agree.
I guess that is,
But-
Mr.
but-
Freud,
but-
if they get to know
If they
what
get to
happened
know.
in the NEC.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But what was alleged to have happened in the NEC was also reported in the press in that year. Now, they wouldn't know if those press reports are true, but at least it gives you the basis to ask the people about whom the press reports have been made, did you say that? If so, please tell us the details. If somebody else denies it, come and tell us your story and we investigate. That's really the problem, that for year after year after year, these allegations that I, as a citizen, who had nothing to do with Parliament or politics, I was fully aware of, it seems to me Parliament turned a blind eye to and just did not investigate. Now, I don't know if you wish to comment on that.
Yeah, it is difficult to comment on this because the question I put is, how do you take a discussion which happens at a political party into Parliament? Supposing they had done it, Chairperson, would that committee, particular committee, not have been accused of taking factional issues of the ANC into Parliament and therefore? So sometimes you need to put yourself into the political space and try and understand where were they coming from. If the minister had made that statement in a portfolio committee, in the House, definitely we would have had to say, but this. It's difficult with hindsight to say, but they were wrong here. Is it a matter they could have investigated? Yes, they can investigate anything, anytime. Why didn't they do it at that time? I really don't know.
Yeah.
No, I understand that you were not party to that. You were not in that committee. It was not a decision that you personally had to deal with. But I'm trying to explore the question of principle here. And the question of principle really is this. If there are allegations in the public domain, not only in the press, well, I mean, they're made in the press, but they are reporting matters which, if true, are a very considerable concern, then I'm sure you would agree those should be investigated. So the question then becomes, well, was there sufficient material in the public domain to justify an investigation? And Mr. Mantashe told us last week that by 2013, the Integrity Committee of the African National Congress was urging the president to stand down in relation to these very sorts of issues. If it was known to them, surely it was known to enough people in the ANC that if the president didn't step down, if the president disputed these allegations, which was absolutely his right, there was a duty to inquire through Parliament. I emphasize, through Parliament, not merely through the structures of the ANC, whether these allegations of state capture are true.
My thing would be that the ANC, knowing, getting evidence and perhaps even proof, should have dealt with their internal problem, should have acted rather than to say, we will sit back and see if Parliament can take this matter. Because that for me is not really shouldering what is your responsibility. If Mr. Mantashe said that they knew as early as 2013, then they should have done something about it in their collective leadership, so that today we do not hammer members of Parliament who do not sit in that NEC, who may not have heard at first hand what the Minister Mbalula had said at that time. When you will remember, Chair, that there was a time when I was accused of having written a document and given it to Patricia de Lille on the arms deal. It was out there. It was not investigated by Parliament. It really wreaked havoc with my personal life. When the Mayor de Lille came out in the open and said, it is not that one, but I have given my undertaking not to reveal the names of these people. There was no investigation. I asked for it. So I can understand that the frustration is something is being said there. And sometimes somebody is being wrongly accused there. Why are you not investigating? At the end of it, I was told, no, we understand you didn't say it. But the damage out there in the street was something else. And I had to wait until that man who had given the document, whatever it is, to Medilil, died for Medilil to feel free to say, in fact, so-and-so had given me this document. And it was years later. So sometimes not getting, and I couldn't get anything of substance that I could go to the police and say, investigate this, other than to start a fight with my own party. Because the accusations were not coming from Parliament, they were coming from the party. So sometimes you look at circumstances and you know that if the committee perhaps has even tried to probe quietly and they don't get substance, they're going to be unable to run with this.
I think that you and Mr. Freund might not be on the same page, or it might look like that, but maybe you are on the same page. Let me ask one or two questions to see if we can clarify this. My understanding of your evidence includes that you have no problem with the proposition that members of Parliament, obviously chairs of portfolio committees and members of portfolio committees, different portfolio committees, ought to keep themselves informed of what's in the public domain in case part of what is in the public domain it relates to their work in the various committees and may well require them to do something in order to carry out their functions. Am I correct so far?
You are correct, yes.
Yes. Another point that I think you may be making is that obviously you can't expect members of Parliament and members of various committees to investigate everything that they see in the media. Is that correct so far?
You are correct, yes.
What I think you then suggest is that when members of various committees or members of Parliament see certain things or become aware of certain things that are in the media that fall within their portfolio committees, they need to weigh them up. And if they are serious enough, they need to take steps using their powers and the rules of Parliament and the mechanisms in Parliament to do what they need to do. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Therefore, I would say that I would understand you to say the mere fact that Mr. Mbalula may have said what he said at an NEC meeting doesn't on its own prevent members of Parliament, if they become aware of it, from weighing it up and seeing whether they should take certain steps. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So it just depends whether it has come to their attention and whether when they assess it, they think it deserves further attention.
It does, Chair.
Yeah.
Alternatively, if they take what is unproven into a committee,
Yeah.
they are within their rights
Yes.
to approach any of the state agencies
Yes.
that are responsible. They could have approached the police to say, look, there is this thing. We can't handle it. We don't have evidence. Can you look into this matter? That would have been, the way to go.
Yeah. But also, excuse me, But also, my thinking is that there would be nothing wrong in a member of a portfolio committee or a member of parliament in the National Assembly, but a member of a portfolio committee who has become aware of what was said in the NEC to actually put a question to Mr. Mbalula, who was a member of parliament, who was a minister, put a question intended to see whether he will tell the committee the same information that he told the NEC. And if he tells the same information, then you take it from there.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Alternatively, to even put such a question to the president himself.
Yes, yeah, to the president himself, yeah. Yeah, thank you. I hope that has
Yes,
helped,
thank
Mr.
you.
Freud.
And Ms. Modisa, I don't disagree with you that there will be many situations in which it would be the sensible course of conduct to ask, for example, the police to investigate. But there are also situations in which the powers of the portfolio committee are not limited to asking somebody else to investigate, and they're not restrained in only calling before them the executive. They can call before them anybody, can't they? They can call before them, for example, the Gupta brothers.
They can call for documents.
And it's a question of judgment as to whether there is allegations or information available that make it responsible and appropriate to ask those questions. It all depends on the prevailing circumstances. You agree?
Not fully. The portfolio committees are multi-party bodies. Would a member of Party A, without proof, take that matter into the committee and investigate and ultimately find out that in fact there is nothing? And is such a member, especially if they are not senior enough in the party, not risking alienating? And that is precisely, if you go back to the submission Yahame Makosi Costa, centers around the inability of what is right for me to take a stand on and what might be interpreted as being not doing well by the party. And so a party member of any party, by the way, will sometimes want to have at least substance before they open their mouth. That is quite natural. And that is why we are saying in Parliament, you need to increase capacity for this private member. This member must be able to investigate properly, must be able to analyze, and be able to say, no, I'm sure there is a case here. And I'm saying alternatively, with all these powers that vest in the committee, this member might actually decide to, hey, I'm taking it further. Portfolio committee, do you have appetite? They don't. Okay, in my capacity as a public representative, I can approach the authorities, investigate this thing further because it makes me uneasy. So for me, that would be that. I am in no way wanting to suggest that a citizen, a public representative sworn under the Constitution and to obey all law has the right to suppress information. That I would not agree with. But I want to look at how you transport things that happen out there into the committee.
I see we are at 12 minutes past 1.
Chair, I am not quite done with this witness.
Yeah.
My suggestion is we take the lunch adjournment. I won't be a great deal of time after the lunch
Yeah.
adjournment.
Okay, let's take the lunch adjournment and we'll resume at 2:15. We adjourn. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Modise, can I take you to paragraph 71 of your affidavit? It's at page 25.
What the page?
Now, what you deal with in that paragraph and the paragraph, the next 4 paragraphs, is the plenary. And perhaps in this Commission's examination of oversight by Parliament, we have overstressed portfolio committees and perhaps understressed the plenary. So I'd just like to explore a little bit about what you can tell us about the role of the plenary in respect of the issue of particular interest to this Commission, which is in respect of addressing allegations of state capture and allegations of corruption in the public sector. And let me say this, that you have, through your office, kindly made available to the Commission an enormous volume of Hansard transcripts of various debates. And I see no point in us trying to go through all of those. What I'm really more interested in is, as it were, an overview, with the benefit of your experience and wisdom, about what role, in fact, was played, to the extent that you know this, in plenary sessions of the National Assembly in relation to these allegations, and what role, in theory, you think they should be playing, and how could that be made better? Now, I understand those are 3 different and very big questions, but let's just deal with your understanding of the extent to which, as a matter of fact, the plenary sessions of the National Assembly, particularly, shall we say, in the 5th Parliament, which is the particular period of focus of this Commission, what role did the plenary play, in fact, in relation to oversight and accountability regarding allegations of state capture and corruption?
Again, Chair, I must make a preface. I was in the NCOP, so to talk about the beginning of the investigations in the NA, I'll give you second-hand information. But in fact, Chair, it is not, for me, it is good that we spend a lot of time on committees, because that is actually where the bulk of the work gets done. That because they are smaller than the House, there is better space for each and every member of the committee to express themselves, to speak, to whatever, at committee level. Now, the plenary then gets reports from these committees. After they have adopted them, they bring them to the House. You've got to look at then plenary in this way when it deals to the business of committees. That forum that I referred to earlier on, the Chief Whip's Forum, can sit sometimes and say, this is what we want to go and recommend to the programming committee, what must go into the program, which means these will be the matters that will see a debate unfolding on the floor of the House, or these reports are fine, they have been adopted by committees, then they can go straight to ATC. So the business of the House is actually determined there. Put aside the budgets and the mini plenaries that we set up where different things will come in. So committee reports can be brought to be discussed by the whole of the House, because the House then divides up its space all parties then participate, even the parties that don't have the chance to sit in the portfolio committee. So, in a way, for the very important matters, all political parties then get to participate there. But also you use plenaries, questions, matters of public interest, motions with and without notice. And as I said earlier on, you deal with issues that, like adoption of treaties, things that sometimes are of outside-looking issues. Sometimes you use plenary to bring up issues which don't necessarily have space within committee work. You will remember, is it last year that the president asked us to convene a joint sitting? So we'd have a joint plenary of the two houses to discuss a specific issue of gender-based violence and what we can do about it. But the plenaries also are interesting because you can also have sectoral parliaments which happen on the floor of the House, which means that those issues which do not necessarily have an executive member responsible or a portfolio committee that shadows that member, it can be taken straight into the floor of the House. And then, of course, you've got things like the difficult ones, motions of no confidence. They must go to the plenary. You can't have a subcommittee deciding. What you can have is ensuring that the process leading to that plenary is okay.
Now, if I can just follow up factually on that, my impression is that the portfolio committees follow essentially the ministries. One minister, one portfolio committee, or maybe sometimes they have more than one minister. But the point is this: there does not seem to me to be a portfolio committee that has as its mandate oversight over the president. Would that be correct factually?
The president is responsible for all the posts. He delegates some of those posts to the leader of government business. So the president entertains those questions which directly he must respond to, the questions to the president. But since he has delegated his powers to the ministers of cabinet, when portfolio committees deal with those issues, they actually deal with issues which are reported directly to the president, and if the minister fails, then the president can face questions from the floor of the House. And yes, we do not have a specific committee that is the portfolio committee on the minister, on the president.
On the presidency.
Yes.
Now, what I want to put to you for your comment is whether that is a lacuna that perhaps there should be consideration as to whether it's necessary. And let me put it in this context. A lot of the state capture allegations, and I underline the word allegations, actually related ultimately to the presidency. And as it were, I wonder whether those problems don't fall through the cracks of the portfolio committees. Because if the question is the president captured, or is the president subject to an inappropriate relationship, or should we investigate that? Is there in fact a structure within Parliament whose task is to do that? My impression is that there's not, and my impression is that when you tell us about things like votes of no confidence, questions to those presidents, to the president in the National Assembly or in a plenary, there are tools for oversight over the president. But I'd be interested in your comments as to whether, just as we now have a ministry of the presidency, whether there shouldn't in fact be some structure within Parliament whose mandate includes oversight over the presidency.
This question has been entertained over the years. The provinces, some provinces have a portfolio committee on the office of the Premier and on the office of the Speaker. The difficulty is that when you look at the office of the President and the office of the Premier, they actually are coordinating the work of the whole executive. And the burden of the work of portfolio committees is to ensure that resolutions, laws, undertakings, the money is identified, are used to do that which people say they're doing. Now, what does the president do? He signs off laws. He's delegated most of his responsibilities to cabinet ministers. He whips even premiers into place. Premiers are also having their legislatures which have question times on them. So I'm not sure if in actual fact it would serve any purpose. And I know that some people, when we over the years have tried to understand why you would want to have a portfolio committee on the presidency, they would say, well, deployment of troops, that's the business of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense. The crimes, that's what, you've got police, you've got correctional service, you've got justice. So most of the work that the president does is actually already covered there. And remember, the president is, strictly speaking, not a member of the House. He is this coordinator who must have enough space to coordinate the three arms, because he heads the executive. But in fact, I would argue that he sees most of this heading of the executive responsibility to the leader of government business. And that is why when we have issues as a legislature, we go to leader of government business, because he has to make sure that these ministers perform their day-to-day, that the coordination between themselves and ourselves is in place. So yes, it is something that has been brought to our attention. I'm not sure that it will really do. What will it do otherwise? Pass the budget for the presidency? That is done by the president himself, but any committee, especially the finance committees, actually look at that budget. With the legislature, with us, it is because at some point in an endeavor to come out as an arm of state, working with the provinces, we came out with the financial management of Parliament and the provincial legislature. And in that legislation, we then created a committee which would then, because we also created this thing of having the speakerage and the chairpersonship as the executive authority. So, because you are the executive authority, you've got that committee that looks into that. I am not sure the head of state, the head of the three arms, the portfolio committee, it would do what? If it calls in the Chief Justice, what reach do they have? Because if you're going to form this thing for the president, it means that this committee must also be able to reach the immediate structures that he is overseeing. So I'm not sure.
Well,
but if Parliament one day wakes up and says, yeah, now we want this committee, we would have to follow.
obviously. But can I just take you, just to facilitate this debate, to page 38. You remember those are the provisions, it's the summary of the provisions of the Constitution of relevance. I want to take you to section 55(2) in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So the Constitution says that the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and to maintain oversight over the exercise of national executive authority. Now, the President is the head of the National Executive Authority. And what you're really saying to me is that there is, quite deliberately, no mechanism whose focus is to maintain oversight over the head of the National Executive. Now, I want to put to you that whilst it's true that a president delegates to ministers responsibilities for all sorts of spheres, there must be, as the facts of the whole state capture story illustrate, instances where what is really required is oversight over the head of the National Executive. And I just ask you whether you want to reconsider it all or whether you stand by what you just said, that you think there's really there's no purpose served by a portfolio committee whose primary business is to consider oversight over the president.
And maybe before you respond, I could add this so you can deal with all of them. It may well be that you might not need a standalone portfolio committee responsible for the presidency. It may well be that the responsibility would be given to one of the existing portfolio committees, so that to the extent that you may have concern to say, but they won't have much work to do, what will they be doing most of the time? If you give the responsibility to one of the existing committees, then that committee has got its normal job, and then you just add this. And it may well be that apart from the issue of the budget, there might not be lots of times when they have got to do something about the presidency, but if and when a need arises, everyone would know which committee has the responsibility to take up those issues. So I just put that as maybe something that you might think about as you respond. And I just say also, maybe it is something to look at, given what you said earlier on, that portfolio committees that's where the real work gets done, you know. So it may well be that a president comes, just answers questions in the National Assembly, maybe it would not be as effective as how issues would be dealt with by a portfolio committee. I'm not sure. So, but I thought you could just address Mr. Freund's question together with all of those subsidiary questions.
With respect, Chair, Mr. Freund seems to suggest that I'm throwing it out. I'm dismissive. I'm not dismissive.
Yeah, no, you are not dismissive.
I'm not dismissive.
Yes, you just have
But
reservations.
I'm saying that
you are not sure.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether this portfolio committee on the presidency has worked anyway. And I'm not saying if it has worked anyway, we can't go and look at it. All I'm saying is that the work of the president is divided into this piece, which, so I would look at, Chair, making sure that you actually enable Parliament and its structures without multiplying, because the more you multiply the portfolio committees, the more you disadvantage those small parties that have one person, because they can't sit in all the parties, on all these portfolio committees. And therefore, the more you disadvantage the people who are behind this one seat or two seats. So when you create structures in Parliament, you must also be looking at to what purpose, how representative are going to be the views here. Do you allow the House because when you bring matters to the House, then you are forced to give everybody speaking space. And of course, the other thing might be that, yes, in Parliament, any member of Parliament can go into any portfolio committee and participate. The only qualification would be that they would not vote if a vote is taken, because it would only be the registered members. So you could look at that. But I would say that it would seem to me that because we think we felt pain at some point, we therefore must create structures. Because the pain that we have felt, we think we will cure with structures. I think what we need to do is to create consciousness within the general society. And I think we should be speaking as all parties that the people that we send to Parliament, honestly, are honorable members. Because you see, if I believe that the house I lead is filled with honorable members, then I know that whatever it is that is wrong, that is not in accordance with the law, with ethical behavior, they will stand up to fight against, whether this is their party member or not their party member. And I always say, when you accept to be called an honorable member, you must not allow anybody else to correct your behavior. You must be able to be that person that the public sees, says, whether I voted for her party or not, that is my leader. And if we can get to where we can get honor, diligence, we will then see that, in fact, issues of corruption will be dismissed as they start. Might not see the date, because who enables corruption? I think the politician may be part of it, they do it, yes. But who signs off? Why are the people who are accounting officers agreeing to do that which in any party worth its salt says to its members, you will not do anything illegal? So I think I'm not throwing it out, Chair, but I'm saying let's look at let's address our societal issues. We do have corruption. We used to be very proud that we were the least corrupt. But we've now been exposed to possibilities of putting our hands in the cookie. Let's deal with this. Let's sharpen the police. The courts must do their work. Let people who do wrong face the might of justice, so that even when I lead a structure, I am not tempted to take a cookie. But as I said, Chair, if tomorrow there is consensus that we set up a committee, we will not stand in its way.
Maybe I can just say, I don't know whether you share this view, but I would imagine that just as there would be ministers about whom there would be concerns that they are not really doing their job properly in terms of various things which are in the public interest, you could have a situation where you have a president who does nothing about ministers who are not doing their job, and to the detriment of the public. And one would imagine that for that kind of situation, it would be good that the forum, which represents the people, should be able to say, Mr. President, let's deal with this. We see that ministers, we as Parliament, do our part. We expect the ministers to do their part, but the people are complaining. They're not getting, services and so on and so on. But ministers seem to just get away with things, and basically have that interaction, which, in respect of a minister, would be done by a portfolio committee. So it may well be that it's something to look at. I understand you that you are saying, look, you're not throwing it out. You're saying that you might have reservations, but you know, if more people think it's something worthwhile looking at, let there be a discussion, and let's see where that discussion takes us. But it may well be, I don't know whether if you don't give that responsibility to a portfolio committee, an existing portfolio committee or a new portfolio committee, whether there is a way of handling it at National Assembly level. Now, I do know, obviously, that the president does get called from time to time to come and answer questions in Parliament, and that's part of accounting, and so on and so on. In the National Assembly can be asked about whatever in terms of government. But I don't know to what extent it's possible in that kind of situation to be focused, you know, the kind of focus that you can get in a committee. Or maybe it would be a question of making more time, and then, but with a specific focus so that there could be more discussion. Because I get the impression sometimes when I watch that when a president answers questions that there seems to be very little room for follow-ups, and so on. But I don't know. You know, I'm speaking about something that I know little about. You know better. But I think that what would be important is that there should be room for a situation where you have a president who is allowing things to just go on when they are going in the wrong direction. Ministers are not doing their work, and there's no accountability and so on. You ought to be able to say, Parliament ought to be able to say, we elected, because they are elected by Parliament. And now, let's deal with this. Now, of course, Parliament does that normally without a portfolio committee, because they call upon the president to deal with certain questions, answer questions, and put questions. But I just don't know if the environment in which it is done allows for focus, but it maybe it does. But I just mentioned that if you want to say something, you can, but I understand your position. If you say, I've said all I wish to say, I will accept that.
No, Chair, I'm laughing because I know of a particular president who would have almost all the parties in the House reflecting on him. And if it was, the House, I think, carries a harsher sanction because it is bigger when it is sitting. It has more voices. It accommodates leaders of parties who do not necessarily sit in all this. So when there are issues of the presidency, not only when it is a motion of no confidence, when they raise issues sometimes on the president, the attacks can be very, very, very severe. And therefore, in my own thinking, you would have to think very hard of going for a fewer, or else if there is a subject that needs to reflect on the president, that you do not actually find a mechanism other than that of a motion of no confidence, because so far the debates and the comes during the question times to the presidency, they reflect on the performance, they give ultimatums there as parties, but also motions of no confidence is when they say, we have been talking, we are tired. So I'm saying, let us, maybe one needs to apply, look at what other people are doing, and if it is doable, I don't think Parliament would say no.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, let's contrast that with the evidence that we heard from Mr. Mantashe just a couple of days ago. His position, as I understood it, was under no circumstances would it ever be tolerable for the majority party to support a vote of no confidence introduced by an opposition party. Now, if that is the view being expressed by senior leadership when he was the Secretary General, I understood that was the advice he gave to the parliamentary caucus, it seems to suggest that a vote of no confidence is not likely to be a productive problem-solving exercise. And so one's left wondering, well, what would be a productive exercise? Given, of course, the partisan nature of our politics as well. How do we deal with the problems or alleged problems when those problems are located right in the heart of our state, the chief of the executive?
Chair, I think you capacitate, you create a system which enables a member of parliament to be able to express themselves without fear on issues that, in their own personal belief, in the belief of their constituencies. Because if you do that, then censuring is not just allowed to come from the opposition benches. Then all of us know that it doesn't matter if you do something wrong, it doesn't matter what colors you wear, we will be on top of you. And that is why earlier on I said, let honorable members be honorable. And let honorable members not feel scared to express themselves, because the power of the MP lies in the constituency. That our electoral system is party-based still forces us to rely on the majority. Now, if tomorrow we go back to Parliament and we say we are going to have a joint committee on the presidency, the rules of Parliament are going to force us to look at the strengths of the parties and then allocate membership on that. As things stand now, the ANC would be in the majority in that party. Have you solved anything? No. But if you empower the individual member to be able to stand up, actually you don't. You need only one member in the South African system to propose a motion of no confidence in the head of state, as long as it is substantiated. In other parliaments I know of, if you cannot have the numbers to take the decision, they don't even look at the motion you are pushing. So in many ways, even though we do look weak, South Africa is very forward. But as I say, it is something that we will look at. But for me, the first choice would be produce members who can stand their ground for the people.
Yeah, it's well, Mr. Mantashe is coming this evening. I think we will still revisit that subject with him. I certainly would like to revisit, because I am not sure, and you might not be able to say anything about this. It might be Mr. Mantashe. I'm not sure of the constitutionality of an approach that says, even though the Constitution does provide for members of Parliament to vote whether they support or not support a motion of no confidence in the President, members of the majority party shall never vote in support of such a motion, no matter what. I mean, if you have a president that you, as a member of the majority party, if you have a motion of no confidence in front of you, and the president is from your party, that's fine. And it's quite clear to you that if this president is not removed, this country is going down. And your party says, you dare. I'm not sure of the constitutionality of that approach, but also as I understand, the oath of office that members of parliament take. You, as a member of parliament, are required to be faithful to the republic. And that seems to me to suggest that if there are conflicting interests, as long as you are now performing your functions as a member of parliament, you must be faithful to the republic. And now, if you know that I'm not, if I say I don't support this motion, I'm not going to be faithful to the republic, what are you supposed to do? But it's something that you might not wish to say anything about, but I'm sure it's something.
It is something, if I'm clever, I must keep my mouth shut.
But these things, we need to be, I believe, we need to be frank about them, because we are not going to identify the right solutions to the challenges that we are seeking to address if we are not honest and frank about what are the problems that have contributed to putting us where we are. But when I say that, I'm not saying that the solutions are simple. I'm not saying that the problems are simple. Indeed, some of them are complex, and so on and so on. But it is important that we are frank about what the challenges are and take it from there. Okay?
Yeah, I think when you lead, there comes a time when you need to self-evaluate and make the decision of whether you actually think you are still right or whatever.
Yes.
Make that decision in the
Yes.
best interest.
Yes.
And for me, leadership, if you can't self-introspect, then you are in trouble. And sometimes there comes a time when you must be led, whether you are the president or not. And if your own people say, look, we think it is time, that you shouldn't actually push people to even start pushing you. But I don't know, Mr. Mantashe is the chairperson of the ANC. I don't know that, I think he must be able to push this point of his and convince the commission that he is right.
Yeah.
Chair, it might interest you that COVID has led to a new improvement in our systems. Of course, members, when they vote, they can vote whichever way.
Yes.
With the virtual platform, we've had to not only take a chance that they will vote, that we deliberately, after the party vote has come in, call out for members who wish to vote against their party vote to come out. And therefore, from the point that where we are, is that it is another leap forward, which we don't know how far it will go into the future. But as we speak, as we take votes, we allow for, we do deliberately ask members, your vote has come in as a party. Do you wish to vote against what your chief whip says is your vote? And it is up to the members.
I would guess that in a way it might be a good thing. It's just always going to depend on what the party is saying, because while on the one hand wishes members of parliament to stand their ground on what they believe is right, I mean, I accept that in regard to certain matters, like policy matters, they might have to bear in mind what the party's policies say. But there are certain matters, and corruption maybe is one of them, and other things, some would be concerned to say, well, the speaker is asking whether I wish to vote against my party. Well, what will the speaker do when tomorrow I'm told I must go home? The speaker won't be able to protect me, you know. So, but it may be that it's an attempt to try and move forward, and then one can take it from there to say, okay, still there are certain challenges, and let's see. Okay, Mr. Freund.
Yes, I want to try and wrap up as quickly as I can. I've got one small issue and one big issue.
Yes.
The small issue is study groups. You deal with study groups in your submission, and if I understand it correctly, you express the view that there's nothing wrong with study groups inviting whoever they like, which might include the minister, often would include the minister, might include director generals and other senior officials. And you say that that function must be distinguished from the function performed by the portfolio committee when it's meeting as a portfolio committee exercising oversight of the executive. Now, I want to put to you my difficulty with that. It sounds fine in theory, but the evidence seems to suggest that we've heard in this commission that routinely study group meetings immediately precede portfolio committee meetings, that in the study group meetings, one has not only in this case, the ANC caucus for that study group, but also the very persons over whom oversight is to be exercised, be it primarily the minister and subsidiarily the minister's senior officials. They're all from the same party. They take a decision in caucus and they go into the oversight, into the portfolio committee, having decided in the study group what position to adopt. Now, if that is factually correct, then doesn't it expose as quite problematic this practice of study groups including ministers, DGs, and other ruling party deployees, as if this is innocuous? And does it not subvert the proper exercise of oversight?
Chairperson, it doesn't. There isn't a political party in any part of the world that does not have a study group on any issue, on any portfolio. When you look at the opposition parties in South Africa, look at the UK, the system they called a shadow minister, or shadow minister within his and her party, has a group of people, whether they are members or members of his or her party, who are the go-to, who research and try to create expertise around particular issues. That is what a study group is. And therefore, in themselves, there's nothing wrong with any study group existing. It would be wrong to leave this commission with the impression that DGs are members of study groups. That's wrong. It would also be funny that a study group, say on education in Party B, cannot openly invite the DG of education and say, we are formulating a position on this, but we need you to give us information. It would also not be right to say that any political party cannot write to the department and say, please explain this thing and give us information on this one. If they're not doing that, they are doing themselves a disservice. You will remember the former public protector, beaten to a pulp by people who really shouldn't have, Mayor Madonsela, because she was invited to address a gathering of the Democratic Alliance. Within her capacity as public protector, within her rights and constitutionally right, because she cannot be expected to go to one party and not to the other. And that is the point we were trying to make. The same thing with Mejawa. If the study group on the financial management of Parliament calls her, she can go. If the DA has a similar study group, she cannot turn and come to me and say, I'm not going because the DA is calling me. When the Chief Whips Forum, which is made up of the Chief Whips of all parties, call her, Mr. Kaso, Ndati Pindele, they go. So in that way, you demystify this thing of, hey, it is only the majority party. It would be absolutely wrong. I will say that caucus is a different thing also, because caucus is the wider group of a political party. They discuss the party line. But also let us go back to the elections. All parties come out with their manifestos. And the manifesto that gets popular vote becomes the majority. Now, we were saying as presiding officers at the beginning of this sixth term to the chairpersons, it is important for you to have had sight and to understand all the parties that are here in the National Assembly, what they are saying on each and every part. Because in that way, you can understand when you chair that all political parties want to say to their electorate, we have not forgotten the manifesto that sent us here. And therefore, sometimes you allow that. And that is why I say it quite openly. In Parliament, there can never be a right or wrong question. Members, it doesn't matter how simple the question might be, they are owed space to express themselves. Information must flow. No member, for instance, of this administration of Parliament can be called to a caucus and say, I'm not going, I'm only going to the ANC. I will find a problem with that. And I think that if Statistician General is another example, gets invited by all the caucuses, if he gets invited into a study group, it would be wrong for the Stats General to say, I'm not going.
But
because they are not party political animals.
yes,
When you become a DG, it doesn't matter how you vote privately there. There, you must respect all the voices. That's where I come from, Chairperson.
now, I understand completely the point of view that says party structures, whether we're focusing for the moment on study groups that specialize on portfolio bases, it's entirely proper for them to educate and inform themselves and try and understand what's going on and to ask people who can help them to understand what's going on. I can't see any difficulty with that. The difficulty I want to put to you is when that same meeting, and in particular, when there is a scheduled meeting of the portfolio committee to follow the study group meeting, the purpose of which is to decide how to exercise oversight over that minister, and that minister is part of that caucus that's making that decision. Now, I don't know if that's factually right or wrong, that happens. We have been told it happens. But if it does happen, do you think there's something wrong in principle with that, or do you think that's fine?
It depends on what is on the agenda of that study group. Entirely. When we went to Parliament in 1994, we knew nothing about the Navy. I think Ronnie Castrels was the Deputy Minister. To understand, we would invite him, not to lobby him or not to say, we need this. What is your understanding? How is this thing structured? We invited generals. I crisscrossed this Africa with some of the former SADC generals because we became friends and we became South Africans. And that is why we could. So sometimes these interactions, they create bridges between. But if the study group is called to say, hey, Minister, come here. This is the question we are going to ask you. Prepare for it. That would be completely out of order. That would be actually be defeating the oversight purpose. So on that one, I would say, but if you call in, for instance, the study group on health calls Zweli Mkhize and says, there is a debate out there, explain to us why you want to choose that and you are not choosing that. He can go and give exactly the same information to any other study group.
I understand.
Would it be correct to summarize your response in this way in regard to this question? That you are saying, in principle, there is nothing wrong with different people attending a study group, depending on what the issues are to be looked at. But you would say nothing should be done or decided there, which means that a member of the portfolio, of a particular portfolio committee who was in that meeting can't do his or her job in the portfolio committee properly, the way she is expected to do. Would that be a fair summary of what your position is?
Chair, it would be a fair summary. Remember that Mr. Mandage's party also has what we call party democratic processes, where you allow for debates. And that is exactly what happens in the study group, where different angles form a party, a direction and position on a particular issue. Now, I am saying that it would be wrong if that decision of these MPs is then pushed and directed by the same executive authority that comes to that. If the intention of inviting is to get advice and understanding and let them go, there's nothing wrong. So for me, it is just what drives the agenda of this caucus and this thing. Because whatever it is, South Africans must always work towards building and progressing together. So Parliament can't lend itself to more divisions and things that really do not matter to the electorate. The electorate want water, safe houses, transport, don't. So if they call the executives or the DGs to say, explain, I have no issues. If it is siyakopisana and this is the direction, then of course there would be something very wrong there. So what we do need to say is all around the world, there are study groups, there are caucuses, they do. Maybe we should interrogate what happens in there. Can you outlaw them? You can't outlaw them, because if you say in Parliament you will not, you won't. In the first, in Speaker Freeney's time, we scheduled the days for study groups. Mondays, we knew all parties would have. Right now, we schedule Thursdays, it's party caucuses. All parties go into caucuses. They develop and they sharpen their debates there and whatever, and their strategies. So I think what would not be on is if it is to go and scheme.
And
Because there is no better word I can use. It is
Well,
if you are going to go and scheme, then you defeat
the purpose.
that. But also remember, Chair, across, there is a lot of lobbying in Parliament. There's nothing that there's this party standing there. Parties talk amongst one another. This is my position. What do you think? There's horse trading there. So you, when you get into that, you need to be careful that you do not kill that, because as simple as it seems, we've built friendships, we've been able to integrate communities because we can talk.
Well, I was going to ask you to say in English what Siyakopisana means, but I think when you said they should not scheme, I think you effectively translated it. Yeah, okay.
Can I turn to one last topic, which has really got two sides to it? The one is for you to summarize your own view of the role of the Speaker when it comes to the question we're talking about, which is the question of Parliament having a duty to ensure that there is proper oversight and accountability of the executive. So what's the role of the Speaker? And linked to that, the second question is, do you agree with the view that some express that it's problematic for the Speaker not to be non-partisan, or put it this way, for the Speaker to be an active participating member in a majority party? Does that actually conflict at all with the proper execution of the role of the Speaker?
Yeah, I am a member of the majority party. That has never deterred me from the time I was a provincial speaker to take a decision which I think is the proper one. If it means sometimes I get into trouble with my party for saying what I believe at the particular moment is the right decision for the House to follow, then so be it. But also, studies have not shown us that being a member of a party and being a speaker automatically makes you biased towards. I do attend some caucuses of my party. When I am presiding, I don't want to speak for other presiding officers. I'm very clear that each member is given exactly the same beating as the next one and the same rights as the next one. Because when I was sworn in, I undertook to try and be impartial. And it is important for a presiding officer not to be seen to be biased, because if you are seen to be biased, then you lose the respect of your house, you lose the constituencies out there. So it is important for us to, as much as possible, and we fail sometimes because we are just human, but it is important, Chair, for us to apply the rules very blindly. It is important for us not to favor the executive over the non-executive members, nor should we suppress the executive in favor of those who are not. No. Personally, the people who I think I should protect more are not the executive, or it is the person in the street, that one who can talk here. This executive of Parliament can tell you, I've been at their back since 2014, forcing them to even take up, what do you call it? Pro bono work to help communities. Because I was saying, when communities approach us, sometimes it is because they don't know where to go. So sitting there in the air-conditioned offices in Parliament when you have done all your work and doodling doesn't work for me. If you can go out in the community and go and help, go and help, go and advise, so that honestly we can build a country we can be proud of. So for me, Impartiality is not difficult. At the height of violence here, I was talking to the Inkatha Freedom Party women. We did our thing and we got to where we are today because I have always been able to struggle, but not lose what I believe in inside myself. And I believe that South Africa can be better if we talk, if we listen to one another. And being the speaker is just that. You allow people to talk. If it is tough, you mediate.
Just on a point of fact, is it the practice for the Speaker of the National Assembly, when a division is called, to vote?
Nothing precludes the Speaker of the National Assembly to vote. It is also practice that opposition parties don't vote at all for the budget. It is also practice that if you don't get a certain number of votes, that budget will not go. So when a speaker sometimes votes, it is because you're not focusing on the squabbles on the floor. You are focusing on the need for this budget to go and do good somewhere there. And that is why when you are a speaker, you also want to fight corruption because it disturbs this train, this route where the money should go. So for me, I have voted if I'm not on the chair.
If you're not in the chair.
If I'm not on the, when I'm on the chair, I don't vote.
And would that be the practice, so far as you know, the tradition of the
Well,
South
the
African
rules,
legislature?
the rules would allow, Chair, for the speaker sometimes to have the casting vote. And we rarely exercise that because you allow the members of the House to decide on the matter. I don't remember ever doing the casting vote, but I do know that all of us will vote for the budget to go because people are waiting for it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mayor, I think the one thing I would like to ask you is whether, having regard to the submissions and whatever else, whether you are able to just summarize and give me maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5, maybe 5 is too much. Give me some things that you say, if you look at how Parliament has been handling the issue of oversight, holding the executive accountable in the past. And of course, you have the advantage that you have been in the NCOP, you are in the National Assembly now. Here are the things that you think may have contributed significantly in certain things not being done the way they should have been done in terms of oversight and holding the executive accountable. And going forward, if these things could be fixed, there's a good chance that if the same things that happened were to happen again, they would find Parliament in a better position to make sure that the damage that has been done to the country doesn't repeat itself. And in the process, maybe say, if Parliament could get this, that, and that, or if this and that can be recommended, I think it would go a long way. If you are able to, just in summary. Even if you can draw from your experience in other jurisdictions, if you want to say, well, the Commission must consider this, consider that.
If I could, I would really get resources to enable a member of parliament to really understand the portfolios they are overseeing. In other words, if it means because of our history, in other countries, they don't have the disadvantage of education that we have. So with us, we have a responsibility to enable this elected person to do the job. So if I could, I would increase capacity around the member. Enable this member to have at their fingertips the things that would enable them to understand and to apply their mind. I would actually, in that process, fight to make sure that the legislative arm actually gets its fair deal. We're unable to do this because we oversee. And it is not an argument that we want the parliament to be given the same budget, for instance, as that of a particular department. But everywhere else, except for a few countries, the process of parliament getting its budget is very different from here. They treat us like a sub-department. And that has bearings because you can't plan. Then I would say that if you could ensure that all political parties in South Africa try to retain as much as possible members when election time comes. Because what Parliament does is that every 5 years, you have to bring up at least 60% of these people to just an understanding. And that is why the first 2-3 years are difficult. Then I would look at what system brings us to Parliament. And that is now water behind the bridge, because we are now looking at an electoral act which we do not know how it is going to. It is going to give us more complications, actually. Because the current one, with all its weaknesses, has enabled us to bring a sizable quota of women into Parliament and to try and even out the gender things. If we go any other way, we might end up actually losing the critical mass that we had built on public representatives. So it's a mixed bag. What do we do to ensure that you actually retain skills in Parliament, both in the administration and amongst the members themselves? We're doing very well right now as the Southern African Development Parliamentary Forum. We're doing model laws together. But do my members carry the authority to take that which we have agreed to at a SADC level into their constituency without fearing that they will be accused of heresy or something? So you do need to build up the member. So for me, any speaker must worry about maintaining this person, growing this person, so that even if this person does not come back, this person, in the 5, 10, 15 years they have been in Parliament, are employable somewhere. And this usually happens with the African members, because they come in a popular electoral vote, they sit there, they go back, it goes bad. So I don't know, Chair, I would go that route. I would look at, we did some interesting things in the 90s. For instance, we looked at something like when the Defense Force is deployed, it was Parliament that insisted that he will report to us. When we looked at the register of arms, it was Parliament that created the guideline, wasn't the executive. So when you have retained enough of your members and they are confident enough, they will be able to carry their own, and they will be able to hold the executive to account. But we do want to say that as matters are, it is always a matter of balancing the resources. What can Parliament afford? What can Parliament afford? And therefore, sometimes when things fall between the cracks, it is because your resources don't cover what you need. And you are too ashamed as the people's representative to be fighting too much because you understand that we need to build clinics. You understand that there is that need there. But I think there must come a time where there is a real serious discussion on these issues.
No, thank you. In terms of capacity, there you are thinking about, among other things, obviously financial resources plus researchers,
Researchers.
and lawyers or certain professionals that may be needed in order to capacitate members of parliament.
Enable members, sorry to interject,
Yes,
to be able to draft.
yes, yes.
This parliament of ours is one of the few that you depend on somebody else when you're dealing with legislation to draft for you. Give them those skills so
Yeah.
that, in fact, they can get by and be able to argue their ways out. Because sometimes the legal fundis come, they sway your attention this way. No, that is unconstitutional. You need to be able to create this person to be able to stand with or without legal advice. They must be able to say, but
Yeah. No, thank you. Nothing arising?
May I just say this, Ms. Modise? It was indicated to me before you started testifying that you wanted to make an opening statement. We overlooked that at the outset. And then I said to you over the lunch break that if there's anything we haven't covered that you wanted to deal with at the end, you would be free to do so. So if there is something that you feel that you had wanted to raise, I don't want you to leave here feeling that you were deprived of the opportunity.
the person is perhaps 2 sentences. It is that we also wanted to reaffirm our commitment to the Republic, but also to say to you, as Parliament, we will do everything in our power to follow up, not only on corruption, but on all issues, maladministration, make sure that we really do our job, and that we will support this commission to the best of our ability.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. I will excuse you, Ms. Modise, now, and I think we'll just need to take a short break, and then Mr. Masondo will then take the witness stand. You are excused. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we won't take it at 4 o'clock.
No, we won't.
Then
but
we'll just move
we'll
straight.
move
yeah.
through. Clearly,
Yeah.
we need to finish sometime well before 5 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
But I
no,
don't
that's
think we
fine.
should have difficulty in doing that.
Yeah, okay. We adjourn. Okay. Mr. Freund, are you ready?
Yes, I am, Chair. Chair, you know that we have now Mr. Masondo, the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. I think perhaps if he could be sworn in.
Yes, okay. Just administer the oath of affirmation. Okay, yeah, you may stand up. Yeah, thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
Name is Amos. Surname is Sondo.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So I was,
Okay, thank you. Just in case Mr. Masondo also wished to read out an opening statement, and just making sure that you don't forget this time.
Mr. Masondo, is there anything you'd want to say by way of an opening statement? Or can I move on with my questions? Would you like to make some type of opening statement, or are you happy that I just ask you some questions?
no, just to very briefly say who I am in the background, without spending too much time on that, and then we'll move on to questions. Just very briefly to say, of course, having said good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Masondo.
That my name is Amos Ngwasiake Masondo. I'm the current chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the NCOP. And in terms of my previous related experience, that I was a member of the National Assembly, the NA, from 2015 to 2019. That I was also chairperson of the Joint Committee on Members' Interests and Ethics in Parliament. Later on, that was until 2015 to 2018, that in 2018 to 2019, I was the chairperson of the Joint Committee on Intelligence. I was also, whilst at the National Assembly, a member of COGTA, that is Cooperative Governance in Traditional Affairs. I was the mayor of Johannesburg from 2001 to 2011. I also became chairperson of SALGA, and earlier on I was a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and MEC for Health in Gauteng in 1994. I've lost a bit of my voice, so please bear with me.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Just a word or two, without also going into too much detail, to say that in the NCOP, we have fewer committees, select committees, and all in all, there are 11, and that clustered. So instead of having a committee just dealing with one aspect, say for instance, justice, justice is linked to security as well. And just to again say just that MPs, ministers are not members of the NCOP. And although they are also held accountable through questions, reports, and so on. Yeah, very, very briefly, NCOP is somewhat different from NA, although NA and NCOP constitute what is referred to as parliament in South Africa.
Right. May I then proceed?
Yeah.
Yes, you may proceed.
Just for the record, Mr. Masondo, if you look at pages 7 to pages 36, can you confirm that you are a joint author, together with Ms. Modise, of this submission to this commission?
I confirm.
And also, just for the record, you have in fact been present throughout the evidence of Ms. Modise today.
Yes.
So I want you to understand that if at any time you wish to qualify something she said or disagree or add to something that she said, you're free to do so. But I'm not necessarily going to take you over all that same material. So if it occurs to you that you feel it's necessary for you to comment on something that you've heard today or that's in the submission, even if it's not specifically on the NCOP, even if it's not specifically in direct answer to a question I ask, you must feel free to do so. Because really, this is going to be the one and only opportunity for this commission to get insight into the role of the NCOP on oversight. But perhaps let me start off by asking a few questions just to get the process going. Now, if I take you to page 38,
Yeah.
page 38
Yes.
and 39, you will remember that this is the first annexure, it's Annexure A, to your joint report. And in this, you have highlighted some of the main provisions that are relevant to the question of oversight and accountability.
They've given me some hot water, hoping that my voice may become a bit better.
Okay, no, that's fine.
And if at any time you need a break, you just let me know. Mr. Masondo, at pages 38 and 39, there's a summary of the provisions. And it seems to me on a reading of the Constitution that the primary arm of Parliament, which is tasked with oversight over the executive and holding the executive accountable, is the National Assembly. But it is also obviously true that the NCOP has a role to play. So what I would like to try to understand, and I think these provisions might help you, is how you see the role of the NCOP insofar as it relates to oversight over the executive and holding the executive accountable, because that is really the focus of this session.
Let me confirm that it is indeed true that one of the most important roles of the NCOP is to ensure oversight and accountability. But what distinguishes the NCOP from the NA is the fact that in the NCOP, we put a lot of emphasis on linking up and building and deepening relations with communities in provinces as well as in municipalities. So work closely with provinces and look after provincial interests. We work very closely with the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and we really seek to ensure that a parliament is brought as close to the people as is possible. One of those aspects is put a lot of emphasis on the work that we do in relation to parliamentary constituency offices, PCOs.
Right, now if I can take you to page 11.
Yes.
And you will find from paragraph 13 to paragraph 16 some of what you have just been saying to the Deputy Chief Justice. But perhaps you would like to elaborate on these paragraphs and explain in more detail so that we have a fuller understanding of the NCOP's specific role. I have noted that you have already mentioned the particular attention to, as it were, the interests of provinces, and through that, I assume, the relationship with local authorities. That is something you touch on here, but I'm really inviting you to use paragraphs 13 to 16 really to elaborate so that we get as full a sense as we can of the role played by the NCOP, how it sees its function to the extent that that's relevant for present purposes.
Yeah, maybe just to say that the NCOP, like any legislature, is a platform to deliberate on matters. And these debates range from the finances to the programs. They really center on what we think the NCOP is about, which is we can't talk of the NCOP outside of the people. It is the people that makes the NCOP relevant. We also tend to pay a lot of attention on ensuring that in an ongoing way, we are kept sensitized on issues that arise at the coalface of government, and that is local government issues, either through interaction and engagement with the SALGA, South African Local Government Association, or even really ensuring that SALGA, though it may not have a vote, its 10 representatives continue to have a voice. Maybe just also to add that the NCOP organizes from time to time in our program what we refer to as taking parliament to the people, where we go to communities out there and ensure that we organize these mass meetings and gatherings where not only do we have MPs from the NCOP speaking, but we also get the president's office as well as ministers to raise a whole range of issues that relate to governance. We also have a local government week, which also provides a platform for local government-related matters to be raised, and ministers as minister of COPTA, or related people who do government work, and this includes South African local government associations and related stakeholders. So the NCOP is really preoccupied with ensuring that the voice of people find an expression, and that you provide a platform that engages on matters that are closer to the minds and hearts of ordinary people.
All right. Can I take you, please, to page 26? And I draw your attention to paragraphs 82 to 89. This is under the heading Motions, Debates and Subjects for Discussion in the NCOP. Now, of course, I understand that this submission to the Commission is now focusing not on the general work of the NCOP, but on that part of the work of the NCOP that has some relevance to this Commission. Of course, this is the Commission into alleged state capture and alleged corruption. So it seemed to me it might be helpful for you to draw on these paragraphs 82 to 89, to try to explain to the Commission instances or illustrations of work done by or in the NCOP that has relevance to these questions of state capture or corruption. I'm not confining you to these paragraphs. I'm really trying to zoom in on the work of the NCOP insofar as it relates to the subject matter of this Commission.
You're saying 82 to?
82 to 89. You'll see that's a set of paragraphs, all of which relate to motions, debates, and subjects for discussion in the NCOP, and a lot of them talk about corruption, state-owned enterprises, this very Commission. I'm really trying to help you to tease out, in a practical way, how you would illustrate the work done by the NCOP on oversight in respect of corruption, in respect of state capture, because that's really what we're interested in today.
Maybe one should start off by saying that the subject of corruption is not anything new. If you were to look at the resolutions and decisions taken by NCOP, whether in committees or in plenary, you realize that this matter would have surfaced in the past from time to time. And the stance that's generally taken by members of parliament or the NCOP is that of being anti-corruption, broadly, anti-corruption. We have tended to have debates that seeks to indicate that you should be building from what we know to be happening in communities. For instance, the whole notion of wrong and right, that generally in communities, people have that as a starting point. And these are things that one learns either from home, or if you like, from various institutions in society, religious organizations, churches, and forums like that. And to say that we need to build on this by basically getting as many people in our communities to reinforce these beliefs and understanding and seek to build on them moving into the future. Because when all is said and done, I mean, the question of corruption is not something that is sustainable. Looting and abusing state resources and so on. Of course, I must say, of course, that corruption is not just limited to the problem. The problem of corruption is not just limited to the public sector. There's corruption in the private sector and so on. But in general, this is what we have sought to do, to use the NCOP as a platform to educate, to inform, to ensure that corruption is opposed and that it is fought not only by members of parliament, by communities and the society out there.
All right. If I can take you then to page 20. 28, you will see that we find from page 28 through to page 32 or 31 a whole list of questions that have been put. Ms. Modise touched on, but we didn't deal in any detail with her on the question of questions. But if you look at page 28, you will see there's 3 examples of questions in the NA, in the National Assembly. If you look at page 29, page 30, page 31, you will see a whole list of questions that have been put in the NCOP that have something to do with questions of corruption and the like. So perhaps you might like to refer to these to illustrate the way in which the capacity to put questions in the NCOP serves as part of the effort to hold the executive accountable on the question of alleged corruption.
The question of corruption, as I've already indicated, has been debated quite a number of times in the NCOP. But one of the instruments that we have used at Council has been that of questions. And questions come from the different political parties, and they get directed ministers, deputy ministers, deputy president, the president, and the questions serve a number of purposes. I mean, one of the purposes that it really serves is to ensure that members of the public out there, because remember, when these issues are being, when these questions are being raised at the NCOP, there are thousands and thousands of people out there in communities who follow the debates and therefore get enlightened. And indeed, some of the questions are questions that come from constituencies that are raised by members of the National Council of Provinces because they've been raised with them in their own constituency offices or in various meetings and gatherings in communities. So questions play a very, very important role as an instrument to debate matters that are of concern in communities.
Now, if I can refer you to page 35, paragraph 112, this is part of your joint submission with the Speaker of the NA, page 35, paragraph 112. You both say this, you say, while acknowledging that since the dawn of democracy, Parliament has put in place mechanisms to ensure that effective oversight is conducted over the executive, there is still room for improvement on our oversight and accountability systems to ensure that Parliament's oversight over the executive is more robust, more effective, and more meaningful. Now, what I'm really interested to know is what room for improvement? What is it, in your opinion, that needs still to be improved if the object is to be more robust, more effective, more meaningful? And in particular, what within the NCOP, in your opinion, needs still to be addressed?
Well, my view is that it doesn't matter how good the organization is, platform is. If you do well, of course, we need to acknowledge. But it doesn't really matter how hard you work and whatever improvement you make. There will still be room for improvement. So for me, that's really a starting point. That in an ongoing way, we need to be seeking to improve on the work that we're doing. If we're robust, can we be more robust and more engaged? If we are effective, can we take that to a higher level? If we do things in a manner that is meaningful, can we do a bit better? And so on. So it's the whole question really of saying there's room for improvement in relation to the question of oversight, and we must learn from others.
Well,
If the legislatures are doing some innovative work and so on, we must engage, interact with them, and with the aim, of course, of ensuring that we improve for the better. So what I'm saying is that there's room for improvement in relation to oversight, and in an ongoing way, we need to engage the question. We need to be finding more innovative ways of doing this work, getting everybody else in government, from president to deputy president to ministers, deputy ministers, the departments, the state-owned enterprises, and so on. Get all of them to pull up their socks and act in a manner that is in keeping with the expectations of communities out there.
well, if I ask you just to look back with the benefit of hindsight, I know hindsight is 20/20, but if one looks back with hindsight, whether you feel that in fact we have experienced a serious problem of corruption, and if you do feel that we have experienced a serious problem of corruption, and I'm focusing for the moment in the public sector, if you feel that that is correct, whether you can see any fault in the manner in which the NCOP has dealt with that. In other words, are there specific areas where, in your opinion, with hindsight, the NCOP did not do as much as it should have? And if there are, then we can start to talk about what, if anything, could be done to improve it. But let's start at the beginning. Do you accept, with the benefit of hindsight, that the evidence before this commission has demonstrated quite a serious problem that warrants concern in relation to corruption over an extended period?
Well, the starting point really is that corruption is a real challenge. It constitutes part of a context if one talks about South African legislature and similar institutions. And if that indeed is the case, and I believe it is, we need to say, what is it that needs to be done to address the problem? Some of the things are being done as we speak. This commission is part of that work. But the commission alone, I mean, won't really solve all the problem. So we need to address specific areas. And just to mention a few of them. One of them is really to ensure that we develop leadership in an ongoing manner. So leadership is very critical.
Is that leadership within the NCOP?
Within the NCOP, within the National Assembly, and so on. So we need to be spending some of our resources in leadership development in an ongoing way. We need to ensure retention of MPs and not lose the skill, so that people who come in, are able to catch up, and the quality of work that we do is not seriously undermined and compromised. We also need to resource an institution like the NCOP a bit more than is the case at the moment. And I was saying to you that we have last at committees, and we've done some work with the NCOP, including the speaker, would agree with me that people in the committees in the NCOP tend to do more work than MPs in the National Assembly. The numbers are smaller, the work is more intense, given the clustering. And so I would say that there are specific areas that we need to address. There are areas where we need a bit of an improvement. Quite a few studies have been done. I've seen some reports that may be of assistance going forward on this question.
I'm going to turn in a moment to the broader questions addressed in your joint submission, which really focus largely on the National Assembly. Is there anything else that you would like to say or to contribute at this stage, in addition to what you've said in relation to the NCOP?
I think the Speaker covered a lot of ground, and the joint submission speak to all the issues that we need to pay attention.
All right, well then let me just, in conclusion, give you the opportunity. You have sat, you have listened to the Speaker, you have been party to the preparation of this written submission and the supplementary submission. Is there anything in particular that you feel you either want to add or you want to qualify or slightly perhaps disagree? This is your opportunity to make your contribution. I don't want you to go home tonight and to say, Mr. Freund was very unkind to me. I was burning to say something. I never got a
Yes.
chance. This is your chance.
No, I think we've been broadly covered. I've been broadly covered. And yes, we would, as the speaker said, would like to express the view that we are committed to assisting the Commission to do its work, and anytime we were required to step in to assist with this information or this detail and so on, we're very pleased and willing to do so.
Yes, and thank you. I do also want to place on record, because although it's on the documentation, I haven't referred to this orally today, to place on record the appreciation of the Commission for the quite considerable assistance we have received from Parliament, from both Houses of Parliament, in furnishing quite a lot of documentation and so forth. I'm sure the Chair would join me in just placing that on record. Chair, I have no further questions. I don't know whether there are issues you
Yes.
might like to raise.
Yes, no, that's fine. But before I also emphasize our appreciation, I just have one question, Mr. Masondo. Are you in agreement with Ms. Modise that, obviously you are now talking about the NCOP, in relation to the performance of their functions, members of the NCOP should always regard the interests of the people of South Africa as paramount?
No, just to confirm, Chairperson, that we think the people are at the center of what we are about. And that we should do everything to support the aspirations of the South African citizen and voter in general. And that in whatever we do, we should desist and avoid doing anything that seeks to undermine the quality of life.
No, thank you. I also do want to say, and I didn't say it when Ms. Modise was here, but I'm sure you will share with her my remarks, that I really appreciate the support and the cooperation that the Commission got from you and Ms. Modise and the parliamentary support staff from Parliament that was designated to assist the Commission wherever it needed information. We really appreciate it, and we thank you for that cooperation and that support.
Thank you very much.
I will then now excuse you. I see Mr. Freund, we are at 4:20, but let me excuse Mr. Masondo so that we don't detain him when he has nothing further to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Masondo. You are excused.
Nothing.
Mr. Freund, what do you propose? I guess Mr. Mantashe wouldn't be here at this time, or is he here?
Not to my knowledge. He's only expected at 5.
At 5.
He may arrive a little before that,
Yes,
but the arrangement was to do it from 5 o'clock.
yes, yeah.
So, subject,
that's fine.
perhaps, if it comes to my attention that Mr. Mantashe is here earlier, I could let you know, I could endeavour to let you
Yes.
know, but otherwise my proposal is we should adjourn until 5,
Yeah, no, I think we should just adjourn for 5 o'clock.
as you please.
We adjourn. Good afternoon, Mr. Mantashe.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Mr. French, we may proceed. I think let's do the oath again. Mr. Mantashe, could I just try if you could just administer the oath again?
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Samson Gwede Das.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, I have no objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Freund.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, at the outset, if I can just mention that 3 points have been raised with me by Mr. Naidu, who, for present purposes, serves as legal advisor to Mr. Mantashe. The first is in relation to Mr. Mantashe's evidence previously in relation to the Mr. Mbalula incident, the incident at the NEC. It is common cause and accepted that that did take place in 2011 and not as originally stated in error in the affidavit of Mr. Mantashe. I think no more need be said about that. The second is that there's some controversy about whether I correctly or incorrectly put what is to be established from the Amatole judgment, and the arrangement that we have made is that you will of course consider the judgment yourself by reading the judgment, but that Mr. Naidu will be given leave, as it were, to address a letter to you through the Secretariat, just indicating what the point of view that he wishes you to consider is, and you will take a view on that in due course.
Yeah, that's fine.
The third issue is this. I have just handed to you the original of an affidavit that I have only just received a copy of, and it arises out of Mr. Mantashe's evidence last Wednesday about the Integrity Commission, and his evidence that, it was also in his affidavit, that in 2013 the Integrity Commission called upon the then President, President Zuma, to step aside or to step down. And you will recall that you expressed a request to Mr. Mantashe to find out whether it would be possible for the Commission to receive a copy of that. In response to that, I have now received an affidavit which actually clarifies the situation according to the deponent of this affidavit. It's a very short affidavit, and with your leave, I would like, if I might, just to read it into the record.
Yes, no, that's fine.
So this is an affidavit of Uriel Llewellyn Abramse, and he says this. He says, "I am an adult male, and the facts contained herein are within my personal knowledge and belief, both true and correct." I'm going to leave out the paragraph numbers as I read it. "I am an employee of the African National Congress, and my primary role is that of Chief National Presenter in disciplinary proceedings instituted by the organization against its members. Since 2015, I have been a member of the Secretariat of the Integrity Commission of the ANC. The Integrity Commission has its own administration and makes use of offices outside Luthuli House, the headquarters of the ANC. I am aware that the Integrity Commission heard a number of cases in 2013 involving members of the ANC. However, the former president, Comrade Jacob Zuma, was not one of them. On 3 December 2016, the Integrity Commission, under the chairpersonship of Comrade Andrew Mlangeni, called former President Zuma to appear before it. Each member of the Commission, speaking in turn, outlined the reasons why Comrade Zuma should step down as president of the country and of the ANC. Former President Zuma, after listening to all the commissioners, spent 2.5 hours elaborating on the decisions he made during his tenure as president in response to the issues raised by the commissioners. The nature of his response was such that he requested all recording devices to be turned off and that no minutes of the meeting should be kept. The Commission complied with this request. Consequently, no written report was produced. After listening to former President Zuma's explanation, none of the commissioners changed their position that he should resign, and that's deposed to on the 18th of April of this year, as I say, by Mr. Abramser. So that is evidence that has now been made available to the Commission. And perhaps arising out of that, I might ask a question or two of Mr. Mantashe.
Yes, it's going to be necessary because, firstly, Mr. Mantashe was Secretary General of the ANC at the time, but also because I see that Mr. Abrahams was not a member of the Secretariat of the Integrity Commission in 2018. He only, on his affidavit, he only became one in 2015. So when he tells us about what happened in 2018, we are not sure how he knows about that. It may well be that the Integrity Commission keeps certain records, and he has looked at those records, even though he was not there at the time, and comes to the conclusion that no such thing happened in 2013. So it may be necessary that he clarifies how he comes to know what happened in the Integrity Commission at that time. Maybe it's the records that are available to him, or maybe there might be somebody who was there at the time who can definitely say no such thing happened in 2013. But I think Mr. Naidu is listening, so he knows what my consent is in regard to part of the affidavit. But otherwise, it will be proper for you to ask Mr. Mantashe certain questions arising out of it, whether it changes anything in terms of what he had said.
Yes, if I might do that. And Mr. Mantashe, if I might refer you to your own affidavit in Bundle 1 at page 100.41.
Page 100.
0.41, 41.
Yes, I've got that.
At paragraph 144. And I think you will remember, Mr. Mantashe, that when you testified last Wednesday, you gave an opening statement in which you referred to an Integrity Commission recommendation in 2013 that former President Zuma should step down. And there you were repeating what you had said in your affidavit, as we are now reading at page 100.41. And you will recall that I specifically asked you whether, when that recommendation was made, and whether you were saying it was made in 2013, and you said, yes, you were. Now we have an affidavit from Mr. Abrams saying there was no such recommendation in 2013. I wonder if you can enlighten us as to what you know and what you don't know in this regard.
No, there was such a recommendation. That's why if you read the affidavit, it says a recommendation was made and former president was invited in the 3rd December 2016 under the chairpersonship of Mr. Mlangeni. And it says, each member of the commission speaking in turn outlined the reasons, because this call for him to step down came back from 2013, but only on 2016 did they call him in a physical meeting.
Oh, so what you are saying is you didn't make a mistake when you said in 2013 there was such a recommendation. Indeed, you say there was. But in 2016, there may have been another engagement between him and the Integrity Commission.
In 2016, there was a physical meeting between the Integrity Commission and the former president.
Yes.
Yes.
In 2013, they made a recommendation without any physical engagement, or what was the position as you understand?
It's exactly that happened. That's why they say,
Yes.
after listening to the former president's explanation, none of the commissioners changed their position that he should resign.
Okay, okay.
Now, just
Okay.
in fairness to you, Mr. Mantashe, if you read paragraphs 6 and 7 of Mr. Abrahams' affidavit, he says in paragraph 6, on 3 December 2016, the Integrity Commission, under the chairpersonship of Comrade Andrew Mlangeni, called former President Zuma to appear before it. And then paragraph 7, each member of the commission speaking in turn outlined the reasons why Comrade Zuma should step down as president of the country and of the ANC. In other words, on Mr. Abrahams' version, he would agree with you that the committee members all had already taken a view, but he suggests that they first did that on the 3rd of December 2016. I understand your evidence to be that whatever happened in December 2016, you know that in 2013, the Integrity Commission had already recommended that the president should step down.
Yes, that's why we refer to 2013, because when there was that recommendation, there was chaos almost in every NEC meeting, referring to this because the NEC members began to express their views on the matter, and there were actual physical calls in the NEC for the president to step down.
In the light of the recommendation.
In the light of the recommendation of the Integrity Commission.
Yes, yes. And that would have, well, it may be that that debate went on for some time in the NEC between 2013 and 2016.
It went on for some time between 2013 and 2016 and beyond 2016.
Yes, yes. yes.
And beyond 2016, that debate
Yes.
continued.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Yes, and in fact, Mr. Mantashe, just to support what you've said, when you testified previously, you linked in your own mind the Waterkloof landing incident, which was a 2013 issue.
Yes.
And the way I understood your issue, your evidence on the last occasion was from 2013 onwards, there was, as you said in the affidavit, instability because of this leadership issue. And from 2013, you are clear that there was an Integrity Commission recommendation that the then president should step down.
Correct.
Right. I don't
Well, I don't want to say anything because Mr. Abrahams might or might not supplement his affidavit. But as you say, as I said, he was not a member of the Secretariat of the Integrity Commission in 2013. So that's why I was saying, I'm interested to know from somebody who was there. So,
Yes.
but Mr. Mantashe was a member of the NEC, he was the SG of the ANC, so he has a good chance of knowing that, of knowing that as well.
Now I know that from 2013,
Yeah,
there was turbulence in the
yes, yeah.
all the
yeah.
time.
Arising out of,
Around the question of asking the president to step down.
yes, yes. And the 2013 recommendation of the Integrity Commission, as you remember it, was for him to step down both as president of the country and as president of the ANC, or
Yes.
only one of those?
You see, the main interest was on stepping down as the president of the country.
Of the country. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And if you recall that time, it was time that there were matches to union building by many formations demanding that the president step down.
Now, it appears that Mr. Mlangeni was chair of the Integrity Committee by 2016. Do you recall who was the chair of the Integrity Committee back in 2013?
It was Dadem Langen.
Mangeni. And do you recall any other members of that committee in 2013?
You can get the record of it, whether it is Cindy So Peñana, whether it is. There are quite a number of them, elderly people of the youth.
But that can be obtained,
We can give you the
that
record.
information.
All right, well then,
Yeah.
through Mr. Naidu, let this be considered a request just for the identities of the membership of that committee at that time. I hadn't really intended to deal with this issue at all until I received just a few minutes ago this affidavit of Mr. Abraham. So let me now take you to where I had intended to start. If I can take you to the same affidavit of yours at page 100.7.
Point.
7. And I want to take you to paragraph 7 of your, this is your own affidavit. I'm just taking you to paragraph 7 of your own affidavit as a foundation for all the questions which are going to follow. You say there, do you have the right page? You have the paragraph
Yes, I
7.
have.
You say there, I have read the affidavit of Comrade Makashule and adopt and confirm the position in his affidavit on the recommendations to strengthen parliamentary oversight and accountability.
Correct.
And that affidavit, I just want to check for the record, is right at the beginning of this file. It's in fact the very first exhibit that has anything to do with parliamentary oversight. It starts, am I correct, at page 4, and it runs through to page 45. Is that correct?
Correct.
What you are really doing is saying, although this evidence was to have been given
To page 26.
to page 26, did I make an
Yes.
error? Sorry, I think you're quite right. I did make an error. Or when you say 26, you mean 26 at the foot of the page, which is 29 at the top left of
29
the
on
page.
top there.
Top left. So we use those numbers on the top left.
Okay.
And you're quite correct. I have also made an error. It's from pages 4 to 29 of the missions pagination system. That is an affidavit given by Mr. Makashule, was to have been testified to by him to this commission. But as we discussed on the last occasion, a decision was taken that instead of him talking to this affidavit, you would represent the African National Congress in relation to the content of this affidavit.
Correct.
Right. Now, the affidavit speaks for itself. I'm not going to take you through all of it, but I'm going to take you to certain aspects that strike me as being of particular importance. And perhaps if we could start at page 11.
You got that?
You will see in paragraphs 33 and 34, there's a reference to the oversight and accountability model. That is a model developed by Parliament, about which we've had lots of evidence before this commission. And against the background of referring to the oversight and accountability model, what Mr. Makashule says, and therefore what you now say, is here are some recommendations. And that starts at page 12, just immediately before paragraph 36. So that is where I would like to start off. And am I correct in understanding that this affidavit by Mr. Makashule, which you are adopting and speaking in support of, actually contains a set of, well, you say this, the party says this, the ANC will support the undermentioned recommendations contained in the model and which are yet to be implemented by Parliament. So there what's being referred to is the oversight and accountability model back from 2009 has various recommendations, some of which have not yet been implemented, but to the extent that is set out in this affidavit, the ANC now supports implementing those as yet unimplemented recommendations. Do you agree with what I've said, Mr. Mantashe?
I don't think we should use the word now. The ANC always supported those recommendations.
Yes, but some of them, to this day, are not in place.
Because Parliament is an institution. It has a responsibility to execute, not the ANC.
I'm not going to quibble about that.
Well, I'm also thinking about it.
No,
Let me tell you what I was thinking. I understand completely what you are saying, but something says to my mind that you are able to go to Parliament and say to your members, this is what you must do.
no, that's not how it works. Parliamentary structures work on their own under the leadership of the chief whip. So the ANC from Luthuli House doesn't walk to Parliament every week to say, do this, do that, do that. That's why there are various parliamentary committees in Parliament. They execute. So we don't have this authority or arbitrary authority of walking to Parliament saying, do X, Y, and Z.
But
They work independent of the ANC.
I guess we should say, at least based on your evidence, that would be reserved for the motions of no confidence in the president.
More than that, we said that is reserved for issues that are more political in content
Okay.
and impact on the body of the party.
On operational matters, you leave that to the
Operational
Parliament.
matters, we don't interfere.
Okay. Okay.
But nonetheless, Mr. Mantashe, I'm accepting the distinction you draw between the Secretariat on the one hand and the ANC deployees to Parliament on the other hand. The ANC deployees to Parliament would have been in support in 2009 of the oversight and the oversight and accountability model and its recommendations. Yet, as we sit here in 2021, having the majority representation in Parliament, they haven't as yet made these changes, and that's why Mr. Magashule is saying the ANC supports this, and it still remains necessary more than 10 years later to actually implement part. There are parts that clearly have been implemented, but we're focusing on the parts that haven't been implemented.
If you understand, you want to understand that in detailed and proper context, is that we're a young democracy. Even the concept of parliamentary committees, portfolio committees in Parliament, is a concept of the new administration. It was not there in the old administration. So it is a process of growth of the democratic model of the country. So it is not going to grow in one day. It will grow as it is unfolding. And other things are corrected as we go. But that framework was supported by the ANC then, it is supported now. Aspects of it, if you can interrogate it, have been implemented. Other aspects have not.
Yes, I think we're in agreement on that. Now, the first feature, a specific feature of that catches my eye, is what I see in paragraph 38. We had a debate this morning with the present Speaker of Parliament, Ms. Thandi Modise, about the question of should there be any parliamentary committees that have amongst their responsibilities oversight over the presidency itself. Now, this paragraph 38 does not deal with that, but it seems to me it might be relevant, because what Mr. Magashule says and what you endorse is this. The ANC also proposes the establishment of a joint parliamentary oversight and government assurance committee, whose main purpose and mandate will be to consider and deal with broader, transversal, and cross-cutting issues. This committee will further pursue all assurances, undertakings, and commitments given by ministers on the floor of the Houses and the extent to which those assurances have been fulfilled. So my first question to you is, if you could perhaps elaborate a little on this proposed establishment of a joint parliamentary oversight and government assurance committee? What's the reason why it's believed it would be a good idea, and what would be its primary function?
I think it's outlined in the affidavit itself that whose main purpose and mandate will be to consider and deal with project transversal and cross-cutting issues. The reason that those words have been used is because almost every ministerial scope has a portfolio committee in Parliament, but they work almost in isolation and in silos. And what is proposed is that there must be an attempt to pull them together and destroy the silos and make them integrated into a government machinery in Parliament.
And part of that is to, as we see in the last sentence of paragraph 38, to pursue all assurances, undertakings and commitments given by ministers, and I fully understand the sense of that and the wisdom of that. But I want to ask a question nonetheless, because I want to continue a debate we were having this morning. What Ms. Modise says is, and she's of course correct, she says the President delegates to ministers responsibility within their domain, and so that a lot of what the President is responsible for is in fact handled by the ministers, and those ministers in turn deal with specific portfolio committees. And thus far, I have no difficulty with what she says. But the question I raised with her is whether there isn't a bit of a gap, and that relates to oversight over the presidency itself. Whether there may be issues, and it may be that our experience over the last Parliament is that issues pertinent to the presidency itself fall through the cracks. There is no portfolio committee that in any way is responsible for monitoring the presidency and dealing with the presidency. So what we're left with is things like votes of no confidence, questions in the National Assembly, but no other mechanisms to control or to exercise oversight over and to receive accountability from the presidency itself. And I was wondering whether you would comment on whether this proposed joint parliamentary oversight and government assurance committee might perhaps wisely be vested with some authority also on the question of oversight over the president himself.
My understanding is that all the work of the ministers are actually the work of the president. We had a discussion recently. Somebody said the economic reconstruction and recovery is not a plan, it's a vision. We had to interrogate that statement and came to a conclusion that there's nothing wrong with the president having a vision. And then the ministers develop implementation plans and execute on the vision of the president. That's why every minister has a performance agreement with the president, and the president is overseen on the basis of the performance of those ministers. Another complication would be the president, by the way, is not an MP. He is elected president, he is not a member of parliament. Therefore, the responsibility remains in parliament for oversight of the executive. And that executive is a collective description of all the work of the ministers under the supervision of the president. And the point I'm making is that if oversight is strong on ministers, you're going to see that there's no need to have a committee overseeing the president, because it will have no particular responsibility to oversee.
Well, apart from this, that Parliament has a constitutional duty to exercise oversight over the executive,
Yes.
and the president is the head of the executive. And our experience, I want to put to you for your comment, our experience shows us that sometimes problems can be particular to the president, and they do not get properly addressed precisely because they are particular to the president. And that's a gap in our oversight system. That's what I'm putting to you.
I don't know if you have followed the practice in Parliament. One of the people who go and answer questions openly in Parliament is the President. Ministers have short sessions to answer a few questions, but the President is given the whole day of the sitting to deal with questions directed at him. That is the parliamentary oversight over the President. That is followed by other questions to the Deputy President, which is actually taking forward the oversight over the presidency. And if you look to those questions, they cut across the ministerial responsibilities. But after he has done that, ministers take up specific responsibilities that are relevant to the ministers. But that oversight role is clear of Parliament over the President, or deliverer of the State of the Nation address. It's a joint sitting. President gets someone to the Provincial Council of Provinces. That is the oversight of Parliament over the President. And the President cannot say, no, I don't want to come. He goes every time he's required to go and answer questions in Parliament.
I guess
But the proposal of having a committee for the President has been coming in and out of Parliament, particularly from the opposition. And our argument is that President, he has no ministerial responsibility. The responsibility is all with all those ministers.
I guess that the question that this question raises is the inadequacy or otherwise of the current oversight mechanism, parliamentary oversight mechanisms in relation to the president. You are right in saying when the president goes to Parliament to answer questions, that's part of oversight and being held accountable. When he has given a State of the Nation address, and there are questions, that's part of that. But Ms. Modise told me, and you may have said the same thing also last time, that portfolio committees, that's where the real oversight work gets done. So the question then arises whether if you leave out the presidency in terms of not giving a portfolio committee the responsibility to do what other portfolio committees do in relation to other departments, whether that doesn't have the effect that proper and effective oversight over the president doesn't happen. Ms. Modise herself took the position that she, in effect, had reservations about the proposal. She made the point you make also that that proposal has been, raised from time to time, and she made the point that, well, the work of the president is largely given to ministers, and then if you have a special portfolio committee relating to the presidency, there might not be much for it to do. So, but of course, one of the issues may well be whether the time that is provided in a big body such as the National Assembly, when the president answers questions, whether that's adequate or whether you might require a smaller body which is more focused on the president or not. So there are those questions. And I raised the question with Ms. Modis. I said, well, if you have a president who is, for example, not exercising proper supervision on the ministers, and the ministers are not doing their work properly, and maybe Parliament in various portfolio committees, complain about certain things, and ministers don't really cooperate and so on. It may be that such a committee would be able to say to the president, but President, what's happening? You are not in control. Your ministers are doing as they please as far as Parliament is concerned. Of course, they can say that in the National Assembly as well, but the question is simply whether the environment of a big body such as the National Assembly is most suitable for that, or you need a more focused, smaller body. But as I understand you are not saying no to the idea. You are simply saying there are certain question marks about whether it would be necessary or not.
No. The first issue is that the president has no portfolio. Portfolios are with the ministers. And the committees in Parliament are called portfolio committees. They oversee portfolios. That's why if it's in my portfolio of mineral resources, they visit mines. If there's a problem in a particular mine, portfolio committees go there and they call us to go and account that they found this gap in the work we're doing, and we go back and account to them because there is a portfolio that they're looking after. But with the president, there's no portfolio. The portfolio is with the ministers. So Parliament has oversight over all portfolios, all the portfolios, without exception, all of them. And those portfolios go and account to the president from time to time on the performance of that particular minister, accounting for the portfolio to the president. But if you want to have a committee oversee a president who has no portfolio, actually it should be given a name. It's not a portfolio committee. The president has no portfolio. He is overseeing ministers who account to the president. So I always never understood the rationale of wanting a portfolio committee for the president who runs no portfolio. I went to Nigeria one time, Mr.
Maybe it
Chair.
should not be called portfolio committee, but it should be a committee nevertheless.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
What will it do?
Yeah.
The content of their work must be defined. But to want it because you just want to have people who can call president anytime, the intention may be defeated in the course of execution. I went to Nigeria one time, Mr. Chairperson. The Minister of Energy in Nigeria is the president. And he appoints a Minister of State responsible for energy. But if, as a Minister of Energy, I visit Nigeria to discuss energy matters, I talk to that Minister of State, but ultimately I meet the president, which gives me an advantage of many ministers that I must meet the president because my counterpart. In South Africa, there's no such an arrangement where there is a portfolio which is in the president's. So if the debate is introduced, it should not be narrowly just putting people into a committee that oversees the president. It maybe it's a debate about whether there should be a portfolio in the president's.
Okay. Mr. Freund?
Yes, I want to come back to this, but I want to digress before I come back. You would be aware from Mr. Makhashula's affidavit that before Parliament adopted the Oversight and Accountability Model, back in Dr. Freni Jenoir's day, the first Parliament, Professor Corder was appointed to do a report on parliamentary oversight, and he made certain recommendations, and you addressed that why Mr. Magashule addresses that from page 19 onwards. So if you could turn, please, to page 19. Now, Professor Corder has testified to this commission, and as is reflected in this affidavit, Professor Corder made certain recommendations which you see summarized in paragraph 67.1, legislation in the form of an Accountability and Independence of Constitutions Act, 67.2, amendment of the rules of the National Assembly and NCOP for regulation of reporting to parliamentary committees, 67.3, the establishment in Parliament of a Standing Committee on Constitutional Institutions. Then this affidavit continues as follows. The ANC proposes that the recommendations of the Hugh Corder report be considered to further strengthen Parliament's accountability and oversight model. So far, so good, and may I say, I have no difficulty with it. And then it continues. In particular, a key recommendation that accountability, you remember the Constitution talks about holding accountable. Accountability also requires that a person, in addition to explaining and justifying decisions and actions, so if we consider, for example, a minister, accountability requires that a minister explains and justifies decisions and actions. And then the important point, goes on to make amends for any fault or error and take steps to prevent its recurrence in the future. In other words, accountability is not satisfied by simply saying, this is what I did and why I did it. If the overseeing body, Parliament, says, yes, that is what you did, we understand why you did it, but we have a concern. This is our concern. And our proposal is that in order to address this concern, something needs to be done that resolves the problem. What Professor Corder is saying, and what Mr. Makashule's affidavit, which you are endorsing, is saying is, sometimes accountability requires that amends be made, that the problem be put right. And I'm assuming, because you've confirmed this affidavit, that you accept that basic proposition. Am I right? You agree with that?
Yes, depending on what do we interpret that to mean.
Well, fair enough, but let's for the moment focus on the principle. But the principle is, if Parliament's committees have concerns, having heard the report of the Minister, that there remains a problem that has not been satisfactorily addressed in its judgment, and it wants the problem resolved, and it makes recommendations. As I understand it, what typically happens is that portfolio committee's report is then referred to the National Assembly for consideration. And usually, not necessarily always, usually the National Assembly adopts that report, and then through the Speaker, as I understand it, communication then takes place with the affected minister, and the Speaker will say, you will see from this report that's been adopted by the National Assembly that the National Assembly is concerned about X, Y, and Z problem and would like X, Y, and Z to be done. And please, can we have a report within X period on X, Y, and Z? Now, let's stay away from the problem for the moment of what X, Y, and Z is. That's a problem all on its own. But the point is, that's the way the system works. Now, against that background, if we can come back to the debate we've just been having. The debate we've just been having...
Can I make a minor correction?
Of course.
The formulation assumes that ministers are not part of the National Assembly. When a report of a portfolio committee is tabled to Parliament, ministers are sitting in Parliament and actually are part of that report to Parliament. And half the time, whenever that debate is concluded, ministers are given an opportunity to react in Parliament, and then you respond to X, Y, and Z that was raised in the debate. Few minutes that you are given, because you will have another time to respond.
Yes, and I don't take issue with what you've just said, but nonetheless, and I've understood this thus far to be completely uncontroversial, if we go back, for example, to Mr. Gordy's evidence, but it's been explored with subsequent witnesses. It happens not infrequently that the reports adopted the reports emanating from portfolio committees, having been adopted by the National Assembly, contain requests or proposals to ministers to please address X problem. So it might be, if we're dealing with PRASA and irregular expenditure and a repeated problem of a certain type, it might be, this has got to be sorted out, and we need to know how you're going to sort it out, and we need to know in X time how you're going to sort it out. And I understand that it's not been controversial thus far, that type of thing happens from time to time. That type of communication from Parliament to the executive happens. And that's the very reason why, as you deal in this affidavit with the need to track and monitor, to find out, well, what happened in response, and was it adequate? And as I understand your affidavit, you accept that there does need to be some tracking and monitoring of whether there has been adequate response to these reports that Parliament have conveyed to the affected minister through the Speaker. Are we on common ground? Do you accept what I'm saying?
Except that report goes to Parliament, but the actual responsibility to actually follow it through with the minister is the portfolio committee. That's why there is always a contradiction between the work of the portfolio committee and executive. Because sometimes the portfolio committee wants the minister to go and account to the portfolio committee during the time of an executive meeting in cabinet. But I don't remember once a minister who says, my portfolio committee has invited me, told by the executive, you can't go. Because everybody accepts that portfolio committee have the responsibility of oversight over the work of the executive. So the portfolio committees follow through the reports and the recommendations that you said in year X, you will do X, Y, and Z, but that has not happened. What is the issue? Then that means I must make new commitments to the portfolio committee and try to execute.
Yes.
So the actual responsibility is not in Parliament. Parliament receives the report, but the portfolio committee does oversight work and chases ministers to execute on their commitment.
So it seems to me that you don't have any difficulty with the proposition, with what Mr. Horn was saying. You were simply clarifying that, at least as far as you understand the position, after the National Assembly has adopted the report, the portfolio committee, it is the portfolio committee's responsibility to monitor and track what's happening and call upon the minister, if necessary, to report back on what they have done to address the issue, the problems. That's what you are saying, and you are simply saying portfolio committees should try and not call upon the ministers on the days when the ministers are having a cabinet meeting. Is that right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it happens now.
Yes.
The portfolio committee sits on the same day as the executive.
Yes.
They call upon the minister to come.
And the ministers go.
In all the cases, the executive releases that minister to go to the portfolio committee. Because what we are conscious of is that the portfolio committee is an oversight structure over that minister. Sometimes serious tensions between the minister and the portfolio committee. From time to time it happens because that is oversight.
Yes, but I think the bottom line is, unless I've misunderstood something, you don't take any issue with what he's saying, because I think what he's saying is not inconsistent with what you are saying.
What is that proposal that I don't understand?
I haven't got there yet. I'm just trying to lay a foundation.
Oh, okay, okay.
So what seems to be accepted by you, and I must say I accept it, is that the process and the concept of oversight can require identifying problems, proposing solutions, and an ongoing engagement over whether the solutions have been found, which is an ongoing process. I think you would accept that.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Can I
Now-
add
Yes?
aspect of that? The aspect I want to add is that if a minister also go and report to the portfolio committee on their work, even if they are not questioned about,
Yes.
even if they are not questioned about, you go and account. Or in this area we're doing X, Y, and Z. In this area we're doing X, Y, and Z. And the portfolio committee takes that as a commitment that the minister is doing. They will call you further down the line and say, on the meeting of date X, you made the following commitment. How far are you? Then you're required to come and account on the progress on that particular commitment.
And the position of the Portfolio Committee may be, we are as yet not satisfied with what the Minister has done to resolve this problem. But that doesn't mean to say that we believe that Minister must be fired. It just means that there are problems that need to be addressed, and we need to engage with each other in an ongoing process to address the problem. You follow what I say?
Yes, the emphasis is that the relationship between a minister and a portfolio committee is not equal to the relation of a principal and a student. That's not the relationship. Actually, a minister works better when the relationship with the portfolio committee is cordial, but tough. But when there is hostility, that slows down the work of both the minister and the portfolio committee.
Right. Now, I took this digression, but I said I wanted to come back to where we were when we were talking about oversight over the presidency. Because what I want to put to you is this. There is, of course, always the nuclear option. The nuclear option is for Parliament, through a vote of no confidence, to try to remove a president. And we've heard your evidence on that. We know where you stand on that. But short of that, it seems to me there's no institutional mechanism or a comparable process of engagement with the presidency, the president, and saying, we have a problem with X, can you tell us about Y? We think Z needs to be done. Can you come back to us? Can we monitor and oversee in the way that we do with the minister? There is no parallel for the presidency. And if that's correct that there is not, is there not a need for that?
The president gets called to parliament regularly and cross-examined on a number of issues regularly. Is the most regular invitee of parliament. And ask any question depending on anything. I can also submit that half the time you sit there, you watch the president subject to many concerts, half the time insulted by people, just insulted. But he must take that on his stride as a president. There will have to be a need to say, this is not enough, this is what needs to be added for that proposition to be had. At this point in time, we're saying the president has no portfolio. All portfolios are with the ministers, and therefore, functionally, he has access and oversight on the executive over all the portfolios. And then, in addition, the National Assembly and the NCOP have oversight over those portfolios. And when it goes to the NCOP or the NA, the president answers a whole range of questions regularly. So if there is a need for a portfolio committee over the president, maybe it's a nice to have, but it will have no practical work to do on a day-to-day because the president has no portfolio.
All right. Now, let's just take a hypothetical example. Let us assume that the concern that is harbored is that there is undue influence over the president himself. A hypothetical example, and that is to the detriment of the country, that there is undue influence in relation to appointment processes, in relation to access to contracts and the type. Assume that there is a concern about that. Assume that nobody in Parliament can know for sure whether those concerns are well-founded. But there's reason to be concerned. There are allegations out there. What I want to put to you is that we really don't have an adequate institutional mechanism for dealing with concerns of that type. As you yourself have said, when the President comes and faces question time, he gets a barrage of as it were, partisan criticism, but a process to properly investigate, are these concerns legitimate? If so, we have a problem that has to be addressed. Does not seem to exist. And if it doesn't exist, doesn't it need to exist?
It does exist, Mr. Chairperson, because whatever misdemeanor happens, it will be in a portfolio. That portfolio committee has the authority to investigate that incident. That's why, with all the weaknesses and the problems, ultimately the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise had to investigate issues of around ESCOM. It had to, because they happen within the jurisdiction of that Portfolio Committee. If there is something about PRASA, the Portfolio Committee on Transport have the responsibility to investigate issues about PRASA.
Can it call the president to their committee about PRASA?
Yes, it can, because it will submit a report to Parliament. Parliament has the authority to summon the president to Parliament.
Well, that answer doesn't support, that explanation doesn't support the answer that it can, because what your explanation means is the National Assembly will call the president
Yes.
to deal with those questions. So it's not the committee, whereas when it comes to a minister, the committee can call the minister to the committee and deal with and ask him, why is this happening? Is this happening? Is this not happening? In the case of the president, where there are concerns such as the concerns that Mr. Freund makes, there are concerns all over in the media, and to say the president is being dictated to by people outside of government to make certain appointments or to fire certain people. You need to ask the president himself. You know, the ministers are not going to maybe assist you much about that. You need to ask the president. Now, if there was a portfolio committee that could call him to the portfolio committee, it would ask him pointedly. But what you were saying is, well, the portfolio committee, and I don't know whether there would be a portfolio committee for that kind of thing, in the National Assembly, he can be called and he can be asked the same questions. I'm just wondering about whether the focus.
Let me not go to war about a portfolio committee of a president. But my worry is an assumption that says inherently president will be corrupt, for example. So they will be dictated to by people outside. That assumption will be a dangerous assumption for society.
Yes, but that's not an assumption. Remember, you would have heard this, that when you make a constitution or you make a law, you have to think about the worst scenario. You know? You mustn't think of the best president that you are going to have, because you could have the worst. You have got to say, in case we get to a really bad situation, in case we get a really bad president, if he or she tries to do this and that, which is against the interests of the country, do we have adequate mechanisms that will make sure that he will not or she will not harm the interests of the people? Because if you always think that all presidents that South Africa will have for the next 500 years will be the best presidents, you know. So you have got to say, look, we're not going to assume that everyone will be bad, but we must put in place mechanisms that in case somebody is not the right person, there will be mechanisms that will ensure that the interests of the citizens are taken care of.
Mr. Chairperson, all democracies like America do not elect the same caliber of president. Okay.
I agree.
But the constitution of the land assumes that a president must be of a particular caliber. That's what it assumes. When it falters, it will have a president who come and occupy the seat of government and try to say, you're not going. It happens in all democracies. So the effort to try and put on the president mechanisms of actually almost sitting on the president on day-to-day basis is actually an assumption that we are not intending to have the best presidents all the time. But even if we elect a wrong president, it should be a wrong president in the process that was intended to elect the best president. And therefore, the Constitution allows that. That's why the Constitution will give the prerogative to appoint ministers to the president. It doesn't assume that sometime a president will appoint friends and not look at competence. The Constitution gives that power to the president because the Constitution assumes that the president will be having the intention to do the best for the country. Not always happen. Not always happen. Now, should we have the rules on the basis of exception? Or should we have the rules on what should be the constitutional obligation in the country that is put on the president? My own view is that really, if we have a portfolio committee on the president, we can have the portfolio committee that acts 2 hours a day is fine with me. That will work 2 hours a day because it is dealing with no portfolio.
But maybe, and again, you see, it's important to deal with these issues because both Mr. Frond and I are not in Parliament, not in the executive. You are in Parliament, you are in the executive, so it's important to get a perspective of somebody who's there. That's why it was useful to have Ms. Modise and Mr. Amos Masondo as well. But it may well be that one doesn't need to have a separate standalone portfolio committee. Maybe let's remove this portfolio committee, which would do this oversight over the president. Maybe one of the existing committees can get given additional responsibility apart from what they normally do. That might be another way of looking at it. Okay. But I mean, we certainly are not pushing a particular line, but we are just exploring what is possible.
In politics, there's nothing as dangerous in allocating responsibility without assessing it. Because you give a portfolio committee on mineral resources and energy additional responsibility to be an oversight committee on the president. All the committees in power will see it as a super committee, and there will be tensions on day one.
Well, I've heard of something like a super DG, super
It happens.
Director General.
It happens, for example, when that, particular, if you do work, it must you must get concurrence from Minister X and Minister Y. The feeling is that these are super ministers.
Yeah.
So I can't move without them. But it's how the system works.
Yeah.
In government, I can tell you, Mr. Chairperson, it translates into serious tensions. Most of the time, unnecessary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you could even have maybe a particular minister being seen as if he or she is de facto prime minister or something.
Come on, a minister in the presidency does with monitoring and evaluation. Man, you don't know what it does.
Mr. Freund.
Yes, I only have one final question on this line, because we spent a lot more time on this issue than I had expected. You will recall where I started with this conversation. I was at page 13, paragraph 38, and that was the paragraph where your party is proposing...
Wait, page 13.
Page 13, 13, paragraph 38. And you will recall that was where your party proposes, and it seems to me to have a lot of sense, the establishment of a joint parliamentary oversight and government assurance committee. And I just wanted to put to you again, and for a final term, that if there were to be any wisdom in allocating to some or other committee amongst its responsibilities, where necessary, and you would hope it wouldn't often be necessary, some oversight over the presidency itself, it might well wisely be located in this particular committee. Now, I did ask you that before. I think your answer was somewhat negative to the idea. I'm just wondering, in the light of the further debate we've had, whether you've shifted your position, whether you think there might be some wisdom in it.
No, I've not shifted, but I support this, but it must be thought, there must be a well thought out concept. Otherwise, you will have it and it will create new problems that didn't exist before. That's all I'm submitting.
All right, let me move on. I think we've explored this issue quite thoroughly. I want to move on to something much more prosaic, but important. You will see at the next page, page 14, there's a section headed Oversight Advisory Section. And what paragraphs 44 through to 50 really say is that there is the need for the establishment of a section within Parliament, an Oversight Advisory Section, which will have these functions of providing information and advisory support, tracking and monitoring executive compliance, assisting with coordinating all oversight-related information, monitoring and tracking executive compliance with House resolutions, and at paragraph 46, the affidavit says the ANC proposes that the Oversight Advisory Section be prioritised and implemented by Parliament within 12 months. There seems to be consensus. I don't think we've heard a witness yet who does not support this idea, and I presume you can confirm that this remains the position of the African National Congress. We need to do this.
Yes, except that the devil is always in the detail of what you want to do. Because with good intention, you create a nightmare with good intentions. All I'm saying is that we have no problem with it, that the work of Parliament must be scrutinized. That we accept, but the nature of the animal you put in place to do that scrutiny becomes very, very important.
And I agree with that, and I also agree that this afternoon is not the occasion to debate the detail of that. That is a matter that will have to be considered by Parliament and its wisdom and work out how to do it. Now, you make certain comments, or Mr. Makashule makes certain comments in this affidavit about certain legislative changes which are aimed at, as it were, tightening up our laws on corruption, including where there should be unethical conduct by members of Parliament. I think these are sensible proposals. They're not controversial, I don't think. I don't propose to spend any time dealing with them now. What I would suggest we should spend a little time talking about is section E of this affidavit, starting at page 18, which talks about...
Page
18.
Oh, page 8, okay.
You'll see from paragraph 62 onwards, there's a section under the heading Early Warning System to Detect State Capture and Corruption. As you said a moment ago, the devil is always in the detail. It seems to me it's perfectly sensible that if it's possible, we want an early warning system to detect state capture and corruption. That's really what we're going on about at length here. The question is how? How would this work? And I see the real nub of this seems to be paragraph 65. The ANC proposes that Parliament considers establishing a national integrity system incorporating coordination and information sharing among the 8 pillars, and builds early warning indicators into Parliament's accounting and reporting system to arrest and prevent corruption. I have, from my perspective, no difficulty with the principle, but I'm wondering if you could elaborate at all as to what suggestions you might have that would assist in achieving this noble goal. The goal is early warning systems that arrest and prevent state capture and corruption. I don't know if you have any ideas. I mean, the one thing that seems obvious to me is one uses the reports of the Auditor General, which investigate the degree of deviation from applicable legislation on irregular expenditure and the like. That seems to me to serve as an early warning system, and we've had some evidence on that. I'm wondering whether that is it, or whether there's anything else you can suggest, because that really is the fundamental object of this part of this inquiry, is to think about what can be done to avoid in the future the problems of the past. And if it is possible to have early warning systems that detect this, then we're open, of course, to whatever suggestions may be made.
The situation we're going through make the ANC appreciate the need for early warning system. And then that we think about that is that AG have the time come at the end of financial period and discover many things. Then it becomes a hindsight report than an early warning system. Our view is that the establishment of an integrity system in Parliament talks to strengthening the work of the Ethics Committee in Parliament. There is an Ethics Committee in Parliament. It's one of the most relaxed committees in Parliament. It should now, we say it should be strengthened to have integrity system in that committee. Then the Auditor General will complement the work that is there.
Well, this, of course, deals with the matter from the angle of Parliament. You are giving evidence on behalf of the ANC. The other question that may be asked is, what should the ANC itself put in place as long as it remains the majority party or the ruling party, should put in place that would give it early warning signs? You gave evidence last week to the effect that the ANC, as I understood you, the ANC takes time before it addresses certain problems. You made an example about members of the ANC, I think, who were dismissed some years ago. I don't know whether it was 60s. We said it took 6 years or something like that. In the context of state capture, allegations of state capture, you made reference to, the reference was made to what Mr. Mbalula said in the NEC in 2011. The reference was made to the Waterkloof landing of aeroplane. But at least on my observations and on the evidence that one has heard, there seems to have been little or nothing done by the ANC in regard to what maybe it should have seen as early warnings of challenges, maybe until quite a number of years later. And then there is the issue of corruption in the SOEs, which had been rising. And you also think that the ANC would have an interest in saying to the government, to the executive, to its employees, this government is an ANC government. We can't afford a situation where corruption is rising in this way and nothing is being done. And therefore, the ANC might want to say, what should we do when we see maybe early warnings that corruption is rising and so on, is not being addressed properly? So, but within the question of allegations of state capture, might be important to say, would there be early warning signs that the ANC would like to see before things get too far? Should these things that have happened in the past happen again in the future? And to the extent that it would want to arrest the situation, what it could do?
It's not always the case that people take 5 years or 6 years to be removed. Sometimes it takes very short and they are removed.
Yeah.
But the point we're making is, the concept of state capture developed in the ANC. We never claim it. Actually, it didn't start as state capture. It started as corporate capture. And we describe corporate capture as when a company sponsors an individual leader in one form or another. That is corporate capture. We expanded that concept in theorizing the issue into state capture, and we said it is when that work which was attributed to individual leaders now goes to departments in government, in the state. Then you see a particular department doing things in a particular way, and you can say that it facilitates that corruption. Then we said this is corporate capture. And the Communist Party was very vocal about this concept. So it takes time because it is also important to also theorize the nature of the problem, so that that theory must guide your reaction. And there is that the ANC, there's no other party that has a conference resolution for the establishment of this commission. The ANC theorized that and ultimately came to a resolution that there must be this commission into state capture. And many people came up and criticized the ANC and said this thing is going to weaken the ANC. In the ANC, the strongest view that has prevailed is that this exercise is going to help the ANC to come through, because you don't deal with debt unless you unearth it. So what happens here is actually unearthing that debt. It will make the ANC wiser in dealing with these issues into the future. But the importance of taking time is that you don't take decision on your feet, just on your hooves, and you take decisions, and you commit more serious mistakes. But now we're having a process that unearths the debt and the extent of that debt. There are people who have not come before here, before the commission, who have come across serious issues that are there. It will continue And we see that process as very fundamental because a country that is always cited as improving and growing, leaps and bounds, which has grown during the year of COVID by 18%, called China, will trace its problems from the Cultural Revolution, and it goes through up to a point where it is today. But the reason that it is where it is today, where it says corruption is an exception, factionalism is an exception, is because it has gone through a very long process with tensions, and unfortunately in some instances, with some people losing lives in that process. Because that Cultural Revolution almost destroyed everything that revolution stood for. And in South Africa, sometimes there's impatience about addressing issues, and everybody, and one professor in UNISA described our society as very noisy and impatient. Maybe it's a good character, but sometimes it pushes institutions to commit mistakes, and those mistakes translate into more deeper problems than the original one. All I'm saying is that the slowness, the time we take is quite important, but there must be intention and will to correct the situation. And I think we are in that situation now.
Mr. Ford?
Yes, thank you. Now, following on the Chair's question about what should be the ANC's own attitude in respect of when these problems are perceived to emerge, I'd like to take you to page 127.
127.
Paragraph 97. And you will
Come again.
Page 120, page 27, not 127, page 27, paragraph 97. And you will be aware, Mr. Mantashe, this is an affidavit deposed to by Mr. Magashule on the 8th of October 2020. Mr. Magashule says this: if credible information points to unethical behavior by a public representative, that representative should step aside from public office and prove his or her innocence in the ordinary course. You would support that view, I presume?
That's a conference resolution of the ANC. Not once. One from one conference to the other.
And then what he says and what you endorse.
I'm sorry. The slowness, Mr. Mantashe. I mean, you say that this has been a resolution of the ANC from one conference to another.
Yes.
But in terms of how often that has happened,
It has happened regularly.
has it happened regularly?
Regularly.
Okay.
I can remind you of a minister of communication who stepped aside without
Okay.
a noise. And
Okay.
I give you a long list of people
Okay.
who have stepped aside.
Okay. So maybe I was just unnecessary.
The only problem is that when the issue of the allegation are revolving around the president, everybody takes an interest. When issues revolve around the Secretary General, everybody takes an interest. And ignore many people stepped aside because of this resolution.
Okay.
And then what Mr. Magashule says, and you endorse, he says at paragraph 100 on page 28, he says, on behalf of the African National Congress, I give an unconditional undertaking that the ANC has the political will to make Parliament work and to ensure effective oversight and accountability. I presume I can take it as read that you,
Yes.
endorse that sentiment.
Correct.
Now, as admirable as that may be, and it is admirable, the question that I want to put to you is, well, where have we been in the last 10 years? Is it your view that throughout that period, that political will has been in existence to make Parliament work and ensure effective oversight and accountability? And if not, why must we take this assurance seriously? What's the context and the background to this?
My answer would be yes.
Yes, it's always been the position.
Yes.
In other words, we must read this assurance as saying it has always been our position that we have the political will to make Parliament work and ensure effective oversight and accountability. That's your position.
Yes. That's why.
Well, I mean, I thought you said the other day, in fact, I thought you said in your own affidavit that there was weaknesses, confusion, division, failure to do what should have been done. I thought that's what we agreed on in your last evidence.
No, I think we should understand it this way. The problem with social science is that it doesn't work like natural science, where you mix water and syrup and you produce a drink. It doesn't work that way. The commitment requires a repetition of activity and consistency of application, which doesn't always happen even if the desire and the will is there. And then you must appreciate that as that. And number two, you must also appreciate the fact that the reason that there is social science is because when you deal with an institution of human beings, a good intention may be resisted. And that institution must deal with that resistance, and that resistance tampers with the will. And therefore, for people who are saying from us that they say that there's no political will, but there is political will, there is also a very strong resistance that the organization find it difficult to go through, but it must repeatedly and consistently try to deal with that resistance until it makes a breakthrough.
All right, if I can take you to the next paragraph, paragraph 101. Mr. Makashule says, you agree, for this political will to translate into action, all members of the ANC who are deployed to Parliament as public representatives are expected not only to oversee executive authority, but to scrutinize the action of executives as is required by Section 42(3) of our country's constitution, without fear, favour or prejudice, and to take their oath of office very seriously, namely, that they would be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect and uphold the Constitution of the Republic and perform their functions to the best of their ability. I take it you agree with that sentiment?
I agree with that.
Well, what I want to do, and I don't want to belabor this because we travelled over this material on the last occasion in some detail. But what I want to put to you for your comment, your final comment as far as I'm concerned, is whether there is not a conflict between this sentiment on the one hand and the sentiment on the other hand, that there are no circumstances in which it would be acceptable for ruling party MPs to support a vote of no confidence of the President. The one simply cannot be reconciled with the other.
No. That issue, we have dealt with this issue over and over. It's a typical example of where politics and law are in conflict. It happens from time to time that politically, how does this have to be handled? But in terms of the framework, we agree that that framework is correct. And I want to emphasize this thing of an expectation that the ANC should actually be a willing horse to expel its president. I think it's a dangerous proposition to the ANC. If we get defeated in that vote of no confidence and the president of the ANC is removed, it will happen maybe one day. But this expectation that the ANC must champion a vote of no confidence on its president is an expectation that is out of this world, because the ANC must interact with this president and say, but if this behavior is in conflict with the commitment and the oath you have taken, we do that out, not in public. We don't call a press conference. We do that all the time. I wish you could attend some of the NSC meetings where they were discussing about very serious matters, whether it is the question of Nkandla or the public protector's report for this. The answer when it deals with those issues actually almost tear itself apart. That does not reflect lack of political will. It reflects contradictions intra-party. In the party itself, there are contradictions in the party itself, and the ANC must navigate through those contradictions. That is not a question that says we are not having the political will and therefore we disagree with the Constitution. No, that's not the issue. It's the issue of an institution of human beings.
I can just follow up on that, because the record will bear me out. We get a transcript of the evidence, but I'm not sure that I heard you correctly. That's why I want to just check. What I thought you said at the beginning of that quite long answer is that in this situation, the situation of a vote of no confidence and the alleged conflict between the Constitution and the oath, I thought I heard you to say that this is a situation in which politics and the law are in conflict.
In the operation, yes.
And what you really are saying is that politics must trump the law.
That's why, at the end of the day, political contradiction end in court. Political contradiction half the time end in court, because sometimes political decisions that are taken are in conflict with the law, and we end up in court. And sometimes the court rules us that, no, listen, thou shalt do as follows. And every time that happens to us, we comply, including nullifying outcome of conferences of the ANC. We comply all the time because the political process is in conflict with the law, and we end up in court and the court gives a judgment.
And I don't dispute that what you've just said is factually correct. But I do have, and I have to put to you, a real concern about what you've just told me. Because what you seem to be saying is, well, let me put it this way. The Constitution Court has used a German term to summarize our Constitution. We are a Rechtsstaat. We are a state founded constitutionally in law. And what I hear you to be saying, unless you correct me, is that if there is a conflict between the political imperatives that deal with the interests of the African National Congress as an organization on the one hand, and the law on the other hand, we'll let the law take care of itself later. For the meantime, politics must be superior.
No. The point I'm making is that there is a political organization called the African National Congress. We have a primary responsibility to run that institution. When you're Secretary General, that's your primary task. And the constitution of the ANC is not in conflict with the constitution of the Republic. It has never been found to be in conflict with the constitution of the Republic. We do that. Now, in the process of executing political work, you may be seen to be acting in conflict with the law. Half the time we end up in court for that. And when the court gives a judgment, we comply.
Well, we discussed this last time, but you may or may not have heard that when Ms. Modise was here, I raised the issue and I said, well, you are coming back later, we will revisit it. It is important that what you say about this issue is understood the way you intend it to be understood. Because there will be members of parliament who are members of ANC who are watching or listening, but also just the public, because the ANC is not just another political party. It is the majority party in parliament. Okay. Now, I remained with a concern last time because I understood you in effect to say, and you might say I misunderstood you. I understood you in effect to be saying, look, when it comes to the vote of no confidence in the president, or a president of the ANC who is president of the country, on a motion put in by a member, an opposition party, no member of the ANC should, no member of parliament who is an ANC member should ever vote in support of that motion. I think I must add, no matter what the circumstances are. That's how I understood it, and I had a concern with that. I think in part you explained it by saying that could create all kinds of problems for the ANC, and I understood you to say it could end up in the destruction of the party when you remove a president of the country as the president of the ANC in that way. And I was concerned about that simply because the mere fact that the Constitution does contemplate that members of parliament can vote on such a motion, and doesn't say only members of the opposition can vote, and the mere fact that the oath of office of all members of parliament is to the effect that they are going to be faithful to the republic, seems to suggest to me that there may well come a time where a member of parliament who is a member of the ANC truly believes that to be faithful in the republic in a particular case with regard to a particular president at a particular time would mean that he or she must vote in support of that motion. And on my understanding of what you were saying, it seems that there would be consequences for a member of the ANC who would ever do that, and yet he or she would be complying with the Constitution of the Republic, which the ANC supports. You know, so I had that concern which I wanted to raise, and when Mr. Freund raises the question again, I think it's an opportunity to make sure that one does not misunderstand what you say.
You see, Chairperson, you are using a word that changed the context.
Okay, you must correct that.
One word, you change the context altogether.
You must correct that.
You say, ANC, this majority party, members will ever vote, will ever, you put ever,
Yes,
ever
yes.
vote with the opposition.
Yes.
Now, that ever,
Changes.
you are putting the word and change the context.
Yes.
And changes the reality that in one vote of no confidence, I said 9 members voted with the opposition. When I came out of here, I was corrected by another MP, said, no, we're actually 35. Okay. So if 35 members of the ANC voted with the opposition, therefore ever cannot apply. Okay. The party may require to consolidate its votes as a party, but the reality is that voting happens in parliament. That would say we want a secret ballot, and we allow the secret ballot. Once we allow the secret ballot, immediately the word ever collapses, doesn't apply. And people vote in one vote of no confidence, 35 members of the ANC voted with the opposition. Now, so, and the reason that we didn't investigate who they are, tell you the story of our faithfulness to the Constitution. We appreciated that right with them. But a person who runs a party always seeks to have maximum unity in the party. That's why I made the example last week of, I've never seen, I can't boast of any experience in Panathias. For a man of my age, it's a lot of experience, 3 years, a lot of experience. Now, with those 3 years, I've never seen opposition parties having a divided vote on any issue. But I've never had equally any pressure put on them for this faithfulness to the Constitution. It never. It's put on the ANC, and our understanding is that it is desirable for the ANC vote to be divided. And the question is, why is it desirable for the ANC vote to be divided? That's the issue. It's not the faithfulness on lack thereof to the Constitution. It's the question of the party system we've adopted. We've elected a political party system. Every member of parliament is on the list of the ANC. And it is the job of a Secretary General. I'm no longer one. And I always sympathize with the SGO of the ANC to keep the ANC united. That's the issue. And in driving for that unity, doesn't reflect lack of faithfulness to the Constitution. It seeks to have optimal operation of the party. Because if we can have a list of the ANC and we say when you arrive in parliament, you are free agents, we'll have no party. And therefore our role in supporting the Constitution will be much weakened when the party collapses. So it's not the party or the republic. It is strengthening the ANC so that its faithfulness to the Constitution is exercised with responsibility. That's the reality of the matter.
Mr. Freund?
I don't have at my fingertips the newspaper article, but I think we discussed this on the last occasion, that you personally not only encouraged members of the African National Party caucus to vote against the last 2 votes of no confidence, but you said to them that to support such a vote would be the highest form of betrayal. Am I right? Is that what you said?
Let me talk about betrayal. My second language is Sesotho, Mr. Chairperson. In Sesotho, betrayal is called buhlabaphiyo. That means stabbing you on the kidney. And you can't stab anybody on the kidney unless you are close enough. And therefore, breaking a position of the party is betrayal of the party position. You are stabbing the party on the kidney because you say to the party, yes, you are a majority, but it doesn't matter. Here we're free agents. We can, with the majority of us, vote against the position of the party. Then that undermines the party system. We don't have a constituency system. We have a party system, party political system. It means that that party is a majority in theory, but in practice it is never a majority because it's a party of free agents. I think you should understand that politically. What does it mean to have a party of free agents? It means that you have no party actually.
I guess your answer is you are not denying that you said what was attributed to you,
No.
but you are giving a certain context.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. There's a great deal more I could deal with, but in my view, the affidavits speak for themselves.
Yes, no,
And
that's,
unless there are other issues you'd like me to raise, I have no further questions.
no, I think we have covered most of what I also wanted to deal with. No, I think if we have no further questions, then we are done. Yeah. Mr. Montashe, I'm going to excuse you unless you have some issue that you want to deal with before I excuse.
No, I have nothing to express except expressing my gratitude that I was invited to the commission. I was given chance to express my views, even where there's apparent disagreement. I didn't have a sense of hostility.
Yeah.
And to me, that was important. It made our submission to be optimal. Thank you very much for inviting us. We're looking forward to further invitation of the ANC. The ANC supports this commission, and it wishes that this commission finishes its work and come with a report. We'll read that report with interest, what the outcome is, and that's it. So I'm quite grateful that I was invited here. And I'm hoping that our contribution as various players from the ANC makes the work of the commission real and fruitful. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Montashe. I can say that the contribution that the ANC has made, including your contribution in your affidavit and the contribution in Mr. Mafashule's affidavit, which you have confirmed, they include some recommendations that are quite attractive, that should be looked at quite carefully by the Commission. It seems that there is a desire to try and put some recommendations on the table to assist the Commission in whatever recommendations it will make. Thank you very much. We appreciate the contribution of the ANC. Thank you very much. You are now excused. We are going to adjourn just for the benefit of the public. Tomorrow, the Commission will continue to hear evidence, the evidence of Mr. Montana, the former Group CEO of PRASA, that is during the day session. And in the evening session tomorrow, the Commission will hear the evidence of Dr. Dintwe, the Inspector General. Yeah, okay. We adjourn.